right, well, we're going to get started. We'll have people filtering in, I'm sure. My name is Jacob Rabadou. I am a wellness coordinator here at Project Healthy Schools, and I will be your host and moderator today for our 2025 Wellness Champion Gathering. So good morning and welcome. We're delighted to have you, school staff, administrators, partner schools, anybody that's joining us. It's going to be a great day filled with learning and collaboration. So a few housekeeping reminders before we get started. Please make sure your full name is visible on Zoom. We'll be taking attendance for each session for sketch purposes. Please have your camera on to receive credit for attending. We're recording today's session so we can revisit the great content. Auto transcription is enabled for accessibility. Please wait until the end of the session with questions, as we will use the chat feature for a Q&A session at the end of each presentation. So as I mentioned, attendance will be taken throughout the day. So if you're coming, maybe not coming to all the sessions, the Zoom link will remain the same. So you'll be able to come and go using that same Zoom link. So before we get started, I just want to say, again, welcome and thank you. The Project Healthy Schools would not be possible without your commitment to student health and well-being. Thank you for being here and for your partnership. So now it is my pleasure to introduce someone to you. Her name is Karen Schmidt. Karen serves as the Senior Director of mHealthy and Health and Wellbeing Services, where she champions the health and well-being of more than 60,000 University of Michigan faculty, staff, dependents, retirees, and spouses. With over 20 years of experience in leading, implementing, and evaluating health and well-being programs, Karen is an invaluable leader whose dedication and expertise greatly strengthens our initiatives. We are truly grateful for her guidance and the many ways that she supports the work of Project Healthy Schools. So before we welcome our first presenter, I'd like to invite Karen to say and share a few words with us.
Well, thank you for the kind words, Jacob, and welcome and good morning to all of you. I wanted to take a moment to start our day together with some vitamin G, or vitamin gratitude. Just like we need vitamins and minerals to support our own well-being, I believe there's a special kind of vitamin, something we call vitamin G or vitamin gratitude, that we need healthy doses of daily. In positive psychology research, we know that gratitude is strongly and consistently associated with greater happiness, and gratitude helps people feel more positive emotions, relish good experiences, and even improve their health and well-being. So in this month of giving thanks, I want to share my gratitude with each of you for logging in early on a Friday morning. We're truly grateful that you're taking time to join us for today's event. During the sessions, we hope that you're able to find inspiration from our presenters and that you acquire some knowledge, resources, or information that you'll take back to your schools and organizations. Thank you in advance to all of our wonderful presenters who so generously agreed to share your knowledge and wisdom with us today. And thank you to our amazing partners, including all of our schools, including staff, students, and community members, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, our Project Healthy Schools Advisory Board, our donors, and all of our U of M internal and external partners. And last but certainly not least, I wanted to extend a huge thank you to our founder, Dr. Kim Eagle, without whose support we wouldn't be here today. And of course, I want to extend deep gratitude to the incredible Project Healthy Schools team of Brad, Miriam, Grace, Jacob, Nate, and Colleen for their expertise and collaboration to pull together such a terrific event. It's because of all of you here today and so many others that Project Healthy Schools has had such a positive impact on the well-being of tens of thousands of students over the last 20 years. And I have just a couple highlights that I want to share with all of you. In collaboration with the Frankel Cardiovascular Center, or the CVC, the Development Office, we partnered and completed our 20-year impact report and shared that with all of our donors and partners, and we're really proud of the impact that we've had over 20 years. This past year, we continued our collaboration with U of M Athletics and brought the Maize and Blue Healthy U Wellness event to 350 students from 5 middle schools this past April. We brought it to the Michigan Stadium, the football stadium, And this incredible event was sponsored and supported by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, United Dairy Industry of Michigan, Michigan Apple Committee, Impact, Meyer, and Therapause of Michigan. Another update for the 2025-26 school year, we welcomed 8 new middle schools to the Building Healthy Communities, Engaging Middle Schools Through Project Healthy Schools program through our Building Healthy Communities partnership with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan and the United Dairy Industry of Michigan. We thank our partners for their incredible support in helping us to expand our impact across the state of Michigan to new middle schools every year. This past year, we've also been working with a U of M pediatric dentist to promote dental health within the PHS curriculum. And finally, 2 partnerships that we're currently working on building are represented here at today's event. The U of M Institute for Firearm Injury Prevention's Michigan School Safety Initiative and the university's School of Social Work TIPS program, or TIPPS, which stands for Trauma-Informed Programs and Practices for Schools. Of course, all of those partners join with Project Healthy Schools for the same reason, to support middle school students and staff in their well-being. You, our Project Healthy Schools, staff, communities, and students are the heart of our work, and we so appreciate your commitment to working with us. We couldn't do it without you. Most importantly, you are the reason why I'm so excited to see what the next 20 years will bring. Jacob, I'll pass it back to you so we can start hearing from our incredible presenters.
Thank you so much, Karen, and thank you for everything you do as a leader here at M Healthy and for Project Healthy Schools. So we had a few more people coming in. So just as a reminder before our next presentation starts, please make sure your full name is in your Zoom box so that we can give you credit for attending. And while our presenters are attending, please have cameras on so that we know you're really there. And we really appreciate it. And we are looking forward to a great day. We do have a great lineup of speakers. I'm really excited to hear what they have to present with us. So I will get ready to introduce our first presenters and our first speakers. So our first session is from our new partners from the University of Michigan School of Social Work, the TIPS program, which stands for Trauma-Informed Programs and Practices for Schools. The TIPS program is intended for students highly interested in a school-based social work approach that helps schools become trauma-informed. TIPS provides schools and district leaders, teachers, and other professional staff with background information on adversity, trauma, resilience, and practices that support safe, inclusive, and nurturing learning communities. So I would like to introduce our presenters today on behalf of TIPS. We have Corinne Hayes. She's a second-year student at the University of Michigan School of Social Work. She graduated from Notre Dame and spent a year teaching conflict resolution in Milwaukee Middle School. Corinne's interests include educational policy, restorative discipline practices, and social emotional learning. As a research assistant and a field student with TIPS, she's excited to help schools develop programs centered on social work values. Also presenting with Corinne will be Avery Northrup. She has a master's of social work. She's a master of social work student at the University of Michigan, focusing on children, youth, and families as part of the Child Welfare Scholar Program. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Psychology and a Child Development from Cal Poly San Luis, I might mess that up, Obispo, and has hands-on experience teaching preschool and elementary school. Avery's research includes child and family well-being, economic justice, and trauma-informed practices in education and community settings. So welcome, Corinne and Avery. We will pass it over to you.
All right, thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Does that work for everyone? Great. All right, welcome, everyone. Thank you again for being with us today. As Jacob just said, my name is Corinne. We'll do some more introductions in just a moment. But Avery and I are representing the Trauma-Informed Programs and Practices for Schools, or TIPS Lab at the University of Michigan School of Social Work. Today, we'll start by talking about the background for our work, what we do in the TIPS Lab. We'll do a case study, and we'll end by talking about educator well-being. So, like I said, my name is Corinne Hayes. I'm currently a student at the Michigan School of Social Work. I will be graduating with my MSW in May. I'm doing my internship or field work with the trauma-informed programs and practices for schools lab. So with that, I'm doing a little bit of research for them. We're working on some papers this semester, and I'm also doing a little bit of direct practice in schools as well. Avery, if you want to go ahead.
Hi everyone, my name is Avery Northrup. I am also a second year MSW student at the University of Michigan. I have been with TIPS since May and I'm a research assistant, so I've helped them with a couple of different projects.
All right. Like I said, we'll start today's presentation with a little context setting. So we'll talk about the research that informs our work at TIPS, ACEs, trauma, and resilience. We will then talk a little bit more specifically about what TIPS is, what TIPS does. We will give a case study, have a little discussion in the chat maybe. Avery will talk about educator well-being, and then we'll answer any questions you might have. So before we begin, I just want to preface this presentation by saying these are typically some of the slides or information we would use for a TIPS presentation in schools, whether it's a professional development or a more specific training. So today we'll run through this in a way of a mock training. We'll talk to you about what we would do in a PD or school context. But since we are not in a school today, just to better understand who all is here, we were wondering if we could take a moment and if you could share in the chat maybe what school you're representing, what your role is in a school, or how you're connected to schools, just so we can understand who's on the Zoom with us today. If we can see the chat. I think so. Okay, great. Looks like some teachers, counselors, parents from all over. Social worker, great. Middle school teacher, superintendent, wonderful. Special ed teacher. Okay, great. Kalamazoo, all over the state, phys ed, science. Okay, great. I figured we would have a lot of different people in the room with a lot of different knowledge, so this is helpful. We know you're all experts in what you do in teaching, so we're here to just summarize our research and talk about what this might mean for you today. So we're actually going to start today's session with a video. We typically use this as an introduction to talking about childhood trauma. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
I wonder if
Can you all hear it? Okay, great. Thank you.
you see me. What you can see is shouting and kicking, rudeness and rage, punching and shaking and running away. And then you ask what's wrong and what do I say? Because it's like my body remembers, but my mind can't join the dots. Like my fists try and speak for me, but my words just seem to stop. And my heart starts to drop because I see that look on your face. And your mouth says calm down, but your eyes say disgrace, disappointment, hopeless case. Then you shout and you shame me, all in the name of discipline, of standards, of behaviour policy, the big wide world that I'm living in, where what I'm doing isn't kind, isn't fair, and isn't right. Would I like it, you say, if I were on the other side? I wonder if you see me. And I wish you could see, and yet I hope you never do, because I was on the other side and it nearly killed me, so I did all I knew to do. I was scared. I couldn't cope. I couldn't scream. I couldn't run. I was powerless, helpless, and it wasn't just once, and now my inside isn't safe anymore. I barely knew who I was at the age of 4, but when it happened, the little I did know for sure was shattered, again and again, more and more, and now it's like I'm someone else, someone different, someone hurting and sore. I wonder if you see me. If you opened me up and you looked inside, you'd see a nice shiny bucket where the good parts of me hide. But next to it, you'd see a muddy bucket full of slime and dirt, of shame and fear and confusion and hurt that starts to leak when I'm scared or when I think someone might hurt me, when I flip my lid and I can't think or see clearly. So I make a new bucket so that I don't explode, or hurt you, or hurt me, or collapse under the weight of this load, and I fill it again until it overflows. and I'm just full of this mess that has nowhere to go. I wonder if you see me. So please just be curious and don't ask me why, but wonder what happened and care enough to try to connect, not confront, to validate, not shame, to be with me and not leave me, and to contain, not restrain. Don't tell me not to worry. Please don't try and solve the problem or rush off in a hurry to listen to the adults with all their clever words. I don't have words at the moment. I don't know when I will. But I'm trying to tell you all the time when those buckets start to spill and I can't sit still, or I shout and I scream, or I tell you that I hate you or I want you to leave. Please try and be kind. Please smile and don't scare me. Please teach me about my brain and offer me empathy so that I might just glimpse to see that it wasn't my fault and that we're only human, you and me. Then you'll start to see me.
All right, thank you. Like I said, we usually use this video as an introduction to talking about childhood trauma. I think it's important to talk about the research and best practices and evidence-based solutions that we discuss in the TIPS lab. But I think it's even more important to really sit with the actual experiences of children who've been exposed to trauma, listen to their stories, and consider what would really make a classroom feel safe for them. I think this video does a nice job of humanizing the experience and calls educators to consider the why behind a child's behavior. So moving into the research, this graph depicts rates of mental health disorders among children and adolescents. For depression and anxiety, children in the 12 to 17 age range are especially vulnerable. Behavioral disorders appear to peak between 6 and 11 years. Many adolescents are affected by mental health conditions, as you can see here. In fact, as of 2013, around 62% of adolescents had experienced a potentially traumatic event in their lifetime. Some adolescents develop PTSD after being exposed to trauma. This was more common among girls than among boys, and most likely among adolescents who were exposed to interpersonal violence. I think we can use this data about demographics to consider who in our classrooms might be most at risk for developing PTSD. Because PTSD is a well-known risk factor for secondary mental health and physical health disorders, we can consider the role trauma might play in the rates of mental health disorders that we saw on the last slide. So in addition to experiencing trauma, many children are also affected by adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. And generally, as defined by the American Psychological Association, adverse childhood experiences are disruptions to the promotion of safe, stable, and nurturing family relationships, and are characterized by stressful or traumatic events that occur during an individual's first 18 years of life. ACEs can be traumatic, but not all are. ACEs are distinct from traumatic experiences, and while trauma might be one possible outcome of exposure to adversity, ACEs tend to be associated with more variability in children's reactions, unlike trauma. However, without proper intervention, ACEs can have lasting effects on a child's health, behaviors, or life potential. As this graph shows, the more ACEs or adverse experiences a child has, the more at risk they could be for negative health outcomes. I really want to stress the at risk here because as we know, children are incredibly resilient. With support, encouragement, and trauma-informed classrooms, children can be protected from the potential effects of ACEs. A child's positionality might put them at greater risk for experiencing ACEs. Risk factors associated with adverse experiences include being a racial minority, and again, this is due to the effects of stigma and systemic racism, being in the LGBTQ community, a lack of education, or I should say access to education, economic instability or systemic poverty, and a lack of resources associated with that, and relatedly unemployment. Again, just want to stress, ACEs are not destiny. Not everyone in these demographics experience adversity, and not everyone who experiences adversity will suffer negative health outcomes. However, it's important to take a look and make sure our classrooms are ready and prepared to address any forms of adversity children might be experiencing. So here we have the pair of ACEs tree. This is a picture that grew out of the need to illustrate the relationship between adversity within a family and adversity within a community. The leaves up top on this tree represent what we can see, maybe what's visible to us in a clinical setting, what people come to social workers and talk about. But importantly, the tree is rooted in systemic inequity, so more policy related um, issues that communities are facing. And these roots are ultimately what we hope to address. So, considering all that we've heard about high rates of trauma exposure, mental health challenges, and adversity, it may come as no surprise that schools are experiencing ongoing challenges with absenteeism. Absenteeism contributes to ongoing learning challenges and increases the risk for school failure, speaking to the link between mental health challenges, trauma, and decreased educational outcomes. So here in a PD meeting, we might pause and ask the school we're working with if they've noticed increased rates of absenteeism and if they think this could be associated with mental health challenges and trauma exposure. So if anyone would like to share in the chat, just if you've noticed absenteeism, if you think it could be connected to mental health challenges, we're open to hearing your thoughts. We've typically heard from educators that this is becoming a greater problem that they're seeing. Definite increase in absences. Okay. Yes. Huge problem and worse since COVID. I think that's important as well. Thinking about the connection between spending more time at home and then coming back to schools. So anxious that kids can't get out of the car. Yeah. Yes. And definitely an issue in Michigan specifically. Mental health. Yep. Quite a few chronic absences. Wow, 10% of a school's population has missed documented mental health issues. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you all contributing in the chat. I think it makes the problem a little more real when we realize multiple schools are facing this. So all of this is leading to just a few key definitions we use in our work at TIPS. Adversity refers to difficulties, hardship, and distress. Trauma refers to psychological, emotional, and physical harm caused by an adverse event or series of events. And traumatic stress refers to reactions to a traumatic event that persist over time and cause anxiety, depression, difficulty regulating emotions, attention problems, difficulty forming and maintaining relationships, and more, which also might be common things we are seeing in classrooms. I think this slide demonstrates the escalation or different levels of trauma exposure well. Again, a child might experience adversity as a product of systemic inequity, thinking about those roots we saw at the tree. But with intervention and support, it might not necessarily lead to trauma or traumatic stress. Another key point is that trauma is not defined by the event itself, but instead the perceived experience of the event as physically or emotionally harmful. So what we might perceive as traumatic might not be traumatic to another. It's about the event, not about the response. All of this is leading up to trauma in the classroom. Children experience this adversity or trauma at home and then are expected to come to school and learn and behave effectively. We know the research shows that trauma disrupts a child's neurocognitive development. So they might struggle with paying attention in schools, the learning process, and this can affect behavior as well. For example, irritability, difficulty trusting others, anxiety, fear, worry, behaviors I think that can be disruptive in classrooms. So knowing that, considering how trauma can manifest as behavior, we encourage educators when considering how a child might be behaving, how it might be disrupting the classroom, to start thinking about what might have happened to them instead of what's wrong with them. Obviously, easier said than done when getting frustrated in a classroom, but that is the root of our trauma-informed approach. And now I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Avery.
Okay, so now we're going to shift to talking about how trauma can show up over the lifespan. You can go to the next slide, Corinne. Trauma and adversity can have long-lasting impacts throughout the life course and can impact development of the neurological, endocrine, and immune systems. For children, toxic stress can impact all of these systems as they are developing, leading to a potential for a biologically embedded risk of disease later in life. The stress that they might experience at a young age can create this kind of wear and tear on their development. And so that can kind of show up, as Corinne just mentioned, in how they're able to participate in a classroom. These challenges or these changes in neurological structure can be seen in the graphic on the lower left side of the screen, where it shows a typical brain that's developed and a brain that's developed under toxic stress. The overall functioning for the brain that has experienced toxic stress is different from the brain that has not experienced that stress, showing how brain structure can be impacted and how these kinds of changes in development can keep impacting a child as they continue to grow throughout life. And then on the right-hand side, we have this graphic that kind of depicts the complicated process of how early life adversity can impact all three of these important physiological systems. So at the very top, we have a child who's experiencing early life adversity. And then as you go down, you kind of have these push of protective factors against predisposed vulnerabilities that we also call risk factors. And as these kind of influences work against one another, and as the child continues to experience toxic stress, it can impact how how these systems are able to develop, and it can lead to chronic dysregulation and various other disruptions to their development. And this can have long-term clinical implications, and that can kind of lead to how we see some of these behaviors show up in the classroom and show up throughout life. While a child experiencing ACEs and trauma can elevate the risk for problems later in life, they by no means determine the outcome for every child. As Corinne mentioned earlier, we can say that might be more likely to experience a certain outcome, but this data by no means predicts the future of how a child's life will turn out. Protective factors are an incredibly important piece of this puzzle of experiencing toxic stress. And so we really want to stress that as teachers and administrators, we're in kind of a unique place where we can help kind of bolster some of those protective factors. Children are super resilient, and intervening with children when they're young can be a really special time to create some of those long-lasting impacts. Many children do well despite the adversities they encounter, especially when they are able to develop protective factors, coping skills, and healthy relationships. Relationships are fundamental to reducing the effects of trauma and strengthening resilience in children. And you can go ahead to the next slide, Corinne. And so we really want to note that the single most common factor for children who develop resilience is at least one stable, committed relationship with a supportive parent, caregiver, or other adult. And so as teachers, we're in a place where we can kind of be that for a child. Moving on to this slide, this is just kind of a further depiction of how these protective processes and stress processes work against each other throughout the lifespan. Over the course of the lifespan, protective processes and stress processes work in opposition to one another, and as one develops more protective factors, they may be better able to handle some of the challenges that they will face throughout the life course. And so here at TIPS, we really like to talk about how it's not just about being trauma informed with one student, but more of a systematic school-wide approach to how we can use this kind of approach with all of our students. As educators, we don't always know the story of every single child that comes into our classroom, and we might really never know why a child is misbehaving or acting out in class. But by being able to create a trauma-informed space for all students, we're able to support students when we might not even know what's going on in their life. Yeah, you can go to the next slide, Corinne.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So all of this is to say, now we can talk a little bit more specifically about TIPS. So TIPS is a comprehensive trauma-informed approach that focuses on creating systems of support that are advantageous to the health and healing of children who have experienced trauma into preventing compounding traumas or just additional traumas that might occur in school settings. As all of the research has shown, we recognize that students are exposed to adversity, trauma, and traumatic stress. TIPS is a systemic response to advancing the health and healing of children by creating safe spaces. TIPS is based in concepts of systems change, meaning TIPS focuses on changing schools as a system so that they're entirely trauma-informed. TIPS is a multi-level, overarching framework for other school-based mental health, social, and behavioral interventions that are grounded in research on the signs and symptoms of trauma. So, in other words, TIPS operates on multiple levels. We believe the first step is creating school-wide awareness about what it means to be trauma-informed, so through specific trainings. And then being trauma-informed also involves interpersonal, one-on-one work. So this is where we do interventions in classrooms, creating supportive relationships with students, and reducing punitive discipline practices. Our main goals include creating safe, inclusive, nurturing learning communities and relationships, and promoting resilience in all students. These goals are apparent in our 10 core pillars of a trauma-informed approach, which I will get to in just a moment. But first, I would like to stress that TIPS is a flexible framework. We believe that wherever schools are located, we would go about this work in a way that best fits their needs, knowing all schools have different access to resources, different challenges. So we really work with schools one-on-one to creating trauma-informed classrooms that would benefit them most, meeting their needs, meeting schools where they're at. Schools that work with TIPS engage in strategic planning to detail policies and practices and strategies that lead to desired outcomes, creating these safe classrooms, examining connections to other initiatives, so whether that's within schools or outside resources, anticipating implementation barriers and strategies to overcome them. So again, thinking about this more as personalized work with schools, taking a look at what barriers might be present and collaboratively thinking about strategies to overcome them, measuring and evaluating for quality improvement and impact. So again, we use these interventions and then we both measure and evaluate how they're doing. The TIPS team will provide resources. So this includes a program guide that describes the system framework, where we're coming from, research, a series of guiding principles and strategies that align with our 10 pillars. So this would look more like specific strategies. What can schools actually do to become more trauma informed? We also offer information about educator well-being, assessment guides, and more. We also offer technical assistance and facilitated coaching. So again, providing training in schools and then remaining available to school staff and administrators throughout the training series to provide support as needed in between sessions. So getting into the heart of TIPS, these 10 pillars are what we believe really drive trauma-informed classrooms, and I'll just touch briefly on each one. I think mostly they're rather self-explanatory. But number one is ensuring safe communities. This underlies the entire TIPS framework, that children who experience trauma benefit most from being in school communities where they feel safe, respected, and valued. Tip number two includes increasing awareness of the signs and symptoms of trauma. Again, we've already touched on this, but knowledge building to deepen awareness about what trauma looks like and how this presents in classrooms. Tip number three is increase awareness of bias and stereotypes. So this is an understanding that biases and stereotypes can adversely affect relationships between staff and students. Some students might be unfairly perceived as unmotivated or less capable, which leads staff to treat them differently. So this involves recognizing biases and considering how to intervene and create equity in classrooms. Tip number four is building community. Another essential component of a trauma-informed response recognizes the healing power of social connection and the benefits that come to children by having loving and supportive relationships. As Avery said, this really is our underlying goal, to strengthen relationships. Tip number five is develop and model positive relationships. We recognize the importance of relationships in the way that social support builds resilience. So we encourage administrators to communicate worth and provide strength to those in need. Number six, reduce punitive discipline. The use of harsh punitive disciplinary practices erode trust between students and school professionals and a student's sense of connection to the school itself. Students who have experienced trauma are also particularly vulnerable to the use of punitive discipline, again, because of their tendency to toward angry and explosive outbursts. If school professionals are unaware of the ways trauma manifests, this could lead to unfair disciplinary practices. Number seven, communicate and reinforce goals and expectations. So we stress the importance of setting high yet achievable academic goals and expectations for students, motivating them to build self-efficacy. Tip number eight, avoid deficit thinking and deficit language. We encourage educators to approach their work with students from an assets-based model or strengths-based. So refrain from talking poorly about students and undermining their sense of self-confidence. Tip number nine, incorporate social emotional skills and positive coping. So SEL is one of the pillars of TIPS. We believe this is a critical component of both academic and future life success, leading to stronger connections between peers and potentially less bullying and peer harassment. And finally, we encourage schools to create a system of support to address emergent needs. So although universal programs in schools creating these classrooms are the foundation, tiered supports and selective interventions must also be available if students require them. So this includes considering how to develop relationships, maybe with outside or within school mental support, creating an action plan of what to do for students who might need more support beyond these trauma-informed classrooms. So moving forward, we are going to do a case study with you all to consider to put these trauma-informed practices to work. So Avery, if you want to go ahead and lead us through this.
Yeah, so I'm going to read the following scenario, and as I read, I want you all to reflect on what you think Mr. Sanderson could have done differently to diffuse the situation, and maybe what you would have done in this scenario. And then after I'm done reading, I'll put up some reflection questions, and we'll kind of go through those and read your responses out of the chat. Okay, so Travis is a high need student who has been living with his grandparents since his mother was incarcerated last spring. He is having trouble getting started on a family tree research project and asked to go to the bathroom, but doesn't return in a timely manner. His teacher, Mr. Sanderson, tells him he missed some of the instructions and prompts him to begin filling out the template. Travis tells him he doesn't know any of that information, so the teacher suggests he fill out what he can and ask his parents for help after school. Travis reminds Mr. Sanderson that he lives with his grandparents and that they don't have time to help him with his homework. Travis sits for a few minutes, shaking his legs and humming softly to himself. Frustrated, Mr. Sanderson demands that Travis start the assignment, but instead of starting the assignment, Travis pulls out his phone, puts in his earbuds, and begins listening to music. Mr. Sanderson raises his voice, slams his hands down on the desk, and demands that Travis put his phone away and start the assignment. Without warning, Travis stands up, yells expletives at his teacher, and knocks over his desk. He continues to yell obscenities and throw his papers off his desk until a classmate helps calm him down. Mr. Sanderson phones the office and tells them that he needs Travis to be removed from his classroom and that he will be submitting a violation report by the end of the hour. Travis is physically removed from the classroom by two administrators. His classmates could hear him yelling as he was escorted down the hall. Okay, so if you can go to the next slide, Corinne, I think. Yeah, so the first kind of reflection question that we'll answer in the chat is what about the assignment and the teacher's approach do you think was triggering to Travis? Why would this have been such a hard assignment maybe for him to do? Yeah, definitely hard to tell him to ask his parents for support. Yeah, maybe he feels like he doesn't have a family like the rest of the kids in class. Or maybe like he doesn't want to tell staff about what's going on. Yeah, the topic of family alone would be triggering for him. Embarrassed. Yeah. Yeah, not feeling like he could relate to his peers. Yeah, you guys are definitely on the right track. This is like exactly the kind of stuff that we would want teachers to be able to like recognize about the situation and about what is going on with Travis. And so now kind of shifting a little bit, what do you all think Mr. Sanderson could have done differently in this situation? Or maybe what would you have done? Yeah. Yeah, so this one that you said, Jenny, this one really highlights that kind of like building relationships with students. So like a teacher coming up to Travis and being like, "Hey, this seems like this might be a hard assignment. Is there an alternate assignment that you could do or a different kind of approach? Could he make a tree like based off of his friends or does he have like some other kind of support system?" Yeah. Would not embarrass him in front of peers. I think that's a really big one also by like Mr. Sanderson continuing to push him to do the assignment when he was clearly upset by it definitely is embarrassing for Travis because of the situation, but also because it's in front of his peers can be even more embarrassing. Yeah, you guys are definitely, these are all great. Something that we talk about at tips that we would suggest is to create an alternate assignment, focus on restorative practices and relationship building, and also using empathy and flexibility with students. And okay, our final reflection question, what do you think the school system could have done differently to support students like Travis in this situation? Yeah, to make sure stu teachers have some of that key information about students. Yeah, let the teachers know his story, training, education, and communication with the staff on trauma, having flexible routines. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, and not forcibly removing him, having a social worker or counselor for assistance. Yeah, these are again all things that we would suggest for schools. So our ideas were kind of to offer differentiated assignments, to provide mental health support, to train staff, work on fostering relationships, and also train teachers in how to de-escalate situations like this. So, yeah, you guys did really, really well with this reflection. Some of the ways that we would talk about doing a trauma-informed response with a student like this would be to consider ways to get to know your students. How can you know about their lives outside of the classroom and how what's going on in their personal life might be showing up inside the classroom? Consider what the student's behavior is communicating. I know a lot of you said that he was clearly uncomfortable with the assignment and that he was using music to kind of help calm him down. And so, like, in that moment, Mr. Sanderson could have been like, oh, there's clearly something upsetting. Travis is trying to self-regulate, even though it maybe like wasn't in the way that Mr. Sanderson was wanting him to. And so again, this kind of really highlights the point of prioritizing the student over the content. Relationships matter more than compliance, and that can be really important for students who've experienced trauma. They might not always be able to complete every assignment in the way that every other student can, but being able to build those relationships can have a long-term impact instead of just like making sure that they complete one assignment. Paying attention to non-verbal cues and the student's body language, and avoid deficit framing and deficit language. Being intentional about communication and communicating clear expectations with students and reiterate as needed, and also simplifying language and directions. Finally, we would suggest taking a restorative approach, and if a student does have to be removed from the classroom, make a plan for re-entry so that they can, when they come back into the classroom, feel like they are actually still a part of the classroom and that they didn't miss out on anything. And so this kind of brings us into our next final topic on educator well-being is really thinking about what do you bring with you when you walk into a classroom. Coming into a space with students is a really unique time. And so we also want to stress that educators need to be able to be in this place where they can support students and that they are regulated and that they have the resources that they need. You can go to the next slide, Corinne. So, what is well-being and how might we best achieve it, especially for teachers who we know work really difficult jobs and don't always feel the most supported? At TIPS, we really stress this idea of educator well-being, that it goes hand in hand with this trauma-informed approach, because we know that there's no way that teachers can be trauma-informed if they aren't supported and if they don't have well-being practices that are kind of integral into their classroom as well. So these are just kind of some concepts that we talk about at TIPS. First, I'll define well-being. It's a broad, personalized concept that encompasses positive emotions, life satisfaction, good physical health, and the ability to function effectively. And educator well-being translates into student well-being. And so the first step of this kind of integrating well-being, educator well-being into one's classroom would be to assess your current state of well-being and be able to understand kind of what your triggers are or what you need to feel regulated in certain situations. What do you need to feel supported from other teachers or from administrators? And at TIPS, we have a bunch of different resources that we give to educators so that they can learn kind of how to assess these things within themselves. And then also to learn strategies about what works best to support your well-being. These are kind of skills like self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. And then finally, we really encourage teachers to plan and practice their well-being by creating a realistic, actionable plan. So instead of maybe like overhauling all of the things that you would do as an educator, thinking about like, oh, where are these places that I might already like be taking these little moments of self-care and how can I kind of integrate those more often throughout my day or have a little bit more of an intentional practice of well-being.
All right, thank you all so much. Because you've been so generous with your participation, I've really enjoyed reading your responses in the chat. And I think we have a couple minutes left before we can take some questions. I actually want to go backwards, if that's all right with you all, to these 10 core pillars. Another part of PD or trainings that we lead is to get educators thinking about how what tips might look like in their own schools. Um, so I would encourage you all to just take a moment and reflect on these 10 pillars and maybe consider which of these you feel like your school is doing well this year and one that you could focus on a little more. If anyone would like to share in the chat, please do. If not, no worries. But just taking a look at these, thinking about, I'm sure you're already doing many of these, but maybe something that could be an area that you choose to work on as a takeaway from this presentation. Rebecca, thanks for sharing. Doing really well with number 5, developing and modeling positive relationships. Great. Yes, I think sometimes I underestimate the power of um, just modeling good behavior, how interactions and communication can go. So that's wonderful. Making great progress in most of these. Great. Yeah, I think always room for more work.
And something that we also talk about at TIPS is oftentimes there are already practices that schools are doing that like fall under each one of these. And it is, some of you have said the word intentional. It's just being a little bit more intentional to making sure that we're like taking that next step to do just like a little bit more to make sure that even more students can be supported if there are gaps in kind of like the practices that we're already doing.
Definitely. I see a bit of conversation around punitive discipline. I think this is maybe one of the more challenging pillars, but also um, one that many schools struggle with. Um, and putting effort towards developing restorative practices. But Steve, you make a great point about even if you aim to use restorative practice, oftentimes it still ends up escalating into more punitive discipline. So I think being really intentional about strategies there, about creating a plan of what it would really look like. And I think also punitive discipline, um, as we develop these trauma-informed classrooms, I think our ultimate goal would be to build community and address maybe children's sense of safety so that we wouldn't need to use punitive discipline in the long run. Good, making sure all the students have a trusted adult. I like this comment on avoiding deficit language, Kurt. Um, your school focuses a lot on what students are missing and lacking. I was, as it was mentioned in the introduction, I taught for a year in Milwaukee, and I think something the school did there was they reached out to parents every day about something positive their child had done, and we heard great reviews about that. So shifting the mindset from deficit to strengths-based. Number two, number six. Okay, lots on number two. Increasing awareness of the signs and symptoms of trauma as an area for growth. I think that's a great place. Tips can come in. I'll share the website, obviously, with all of you once we're finished with this. And we have great resources. And if anyone would be interested in seeking more help and doing a more professional partnership, that would be an option too. 4 and 5 is big strengths. Great. I see a lot of people talking about communities and their schools, which I think lots of research has been done about belongingness, connectedness to school, how that can go a really long way for a student just showing up to school and feeling like they're welcome and a sense of community. So wonderful. Thank you. You all are doing great work. And I think, like Avery said, it's just intentionality. I think many of you are already doing all of these in some capacity. So just thinking about how your work benefits students is also a great um, way to consider that you're already doing many of these trauma-informed practices. Okay, so with all of that being said, we'll go ahead and wrap up our presentation. So some to-dos we have for you. I'll go to the slide with the website to close us out. But on the website, we have a tips program guide, which has some background and context, as I've touched on a lot today, but a little bit more about specific strategies as well. We just did this exercise, but choosing one or two pillars, really committing to that this school year and exploring strategies and resources, talking to your colleagues about what you might do collectively in this space, always an effort of teamwork, generating questions for us, which we'll open up in just a moment. And then again, I'll put the website up, so reach out if we could be of any help. Before I do that, we actually have a couple trainings coming up this next month that I wanted to highlight. So this workshop is for school professionals and those interested in becoming trainers of TIPS. Again, we've talked about what it is, but you would attend 2 online sessions, December 4th and December 11th, presented by Angela Bloodstar, one of our researchers in TIPS. She's wonderful. For more information and registration, I'll leave this QR. I have this QR code here, but it's also on our TIPS website. You can scan this. We've also got a link here for more information on TIPS. And that is all we have for you today. So feel free to ask any questions you might have. Thank you. Thanks for your engagement. It was really great.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
Thank you. Please go ahead. If you have specific questions that you'd like to ask Corinne and Avery, please put them in the chat right now. I actually have a couple. So I'll wait and see we have any from the audience. But maybe I'll start with one here. So it's one we were thinking of. So when providing resources or intervention to a student who is having these difficulties, how would you recommend involving the parents or caregivers? How would you navigate this if you suspect including the caregivers might add more trauma as opposed to doing good?
That's a great question. Avery, I don't know if you have an immediate answer.
Um, I think my first thought is, I think it's hard, like if we're talking about maybe a situation that was handled like the one how Mr. Sanderson handled it, that could be like really even more trauma-inducing to involve a parent. But if it was handled in a bit more of a trauma-informed way and maybe like you were able to help Travis calm down, or like notice that music is like a really positive coping skill for him. Maybe I would talk to a parent from a strengths-based place instead of from kind of like a deficit place and being like, we love having Travis in our classroom. Like, he's really engaged. And I've also noticed that like he loves music. So that could be something that making sure that like you're allowing him to do at home. But it can be really tricky, especially knowing that like involving parents or other family members can sometimes be traumatic or be like maybe a part of the problem. But I think as educators, like it's still our job to communicate with parents, but I think bringing it from a strengths-based place instead of a deficit place can help kind of like solve a little bit of that worry.
Yeah, great. Um, we are working with a school in Detroit and actually thinking through this obstacle right now. They're talking about wanting to do initiative of trauma-informed trainings for parents. And I think something we're grappling with is if they were to offer that, maybe the parents who were willing to come to the training would be the ones who don't necessarily need it. So outreach being tricky and being able to maybe provide education or training for those who most need it, I think is an obstacle. And I think it speaks to, again, tips is wonderful. It's just these ground-based challenges, what it actually looks like in a school setting. Um, and I would say also taking this as if parents getting involved might make things more tricky, taking this as an initiative to build stronger relationships with students and just develop that communication in schools as well.
Yeah, great. Just kind of a follow-up, maybe on a different topic, but so what are your
Mhm.
recommendations or strategies for being a trauma-informed and being a mandated reporter? For example, having students trust you, but also recognizing that certain information shared may need to be legally disclosed to authorities or higher ups to ensure their safety.
Mhm. I think putting my social worker lens on for this, um, we talk a lot about transparency and confidentiality. So making sure students know the limits of what you do have to report because being informed, being, legally, what is it? Informed, um, mandate, whatever, is real that, and it's a challenge, I think, maybe for building trust, but just being as transparent about that is possible. Um, and then knowing your limitations, maybe if a student's getting into dangerous waters, just informing them again. Making sure I think trust is the foundation of the relationship there.
I
Anything to
also
add,
think,
Avery?
yeah, whenever I think we kind of talk about this in my classes, this kind of like tricky balance of being trauma informed and also being a mandated reporter, it always makes me think about tip 10, the like making sure that our schools have access to kind of address some of these emergent needs. So like if one of your students come in and you see that they don't have a winter coat and maybe they don't have enough food, as a school being able to be like, "Oh, do we know of a place where, families are able to access additional resources?" Or do we know of a program for maybe low income families instead of kind of like immediately jumping to conclusions about what that might mean. And that kind of also encapsulates this like community building and making sure that there are social workers in the school who can help kind of address some of these needs, because I think we also acknowledge that like those are really hard things for teachers to have to be dealing with on top of everything else that they're dealing with. So if you have somebody who can help kind of like be this liaison between community resources, that can help kind of like take some of that strain off of the teacher. Um, yeah, those are my initial kind of thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I do have a question from the audience. What are some trauma-informed discipline strategies? I'm finding that consequences are just being removed and kids don't feel safe due to the chaos that comes from no consequences.
That's a great point. Avery, do you have any on top of the mind since you've been working on the strategies guide?
I will pull up the strategies list and
Mm-hmm.
take a look. So, we really encourage the use of restorative and healing practices, and making sure that they're standardized kind of across the entire school. I think sometimes if a student knows that, like, oh, this teacher won't kick me out of the classroom if I do this behavior, but this other teacher will, that kind of creates this weird dynamic where kids like feel like they can act out more in certain classrooms, even though maybe a teacher is just trying to take a different approach. And so we really encourage, support students on reflecting on their behavior and consider how they can make changes, speaking privately with students who do need redirection and behavioral guidance, validating students' concerns, and especially if you do have to remove a child, making sure that you reintegrate students back into the classroom while giving them necessary feedback on what they need, but also to make sure that their needs are also met. Yeah, those are some of our strategies. Oh, we also really like connecting with students before correcting their behavior. So that again, like kind of goes to that model of relationship building. But also being able to like hold those boundaries. I think students are more respectful of those boundaries and of classroom guidelines when they feel like they kind of have rapport with their teachers. We also have a couple of different de-escalation techniques that we provide and that we recommend. And then also, in if there's ever like peer conflicts, using peer mediation with other peer mediators can be a really powerful tool for students. Um, yeah, those are some of them. We have a few more, but yeah, Corinne, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I really appreciate this point though of making sure other students feel safe if there is a behavior that everyone in the class might see. It's loud, it's scary, students feel disrupted, knowing that everyone in the classroom feels safe. Um, I think it will take time to build up restorative practices and expectations. Um, but I think also it's just there can be more restorative ways to respond to a student's behavior than others. Um, and so maybe thinking about like how your tone is rather than yelling, being able to choose one of these de-escalation techniques. And I know again, easier said than done, especially I think having access to more support, being able to call on school counselors, school social workers, and then having maybe conversations with students afterwards, building those relationships with students that if they do feel uncomfortable by another student's behavior, then being able to come up to you and to talk about it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yeah, and we're having some conversation in the chat. I mean, I think it's a tough balance.
Hmm.
For everyone to be safe and, to be able to focus on those things, the environment itself needs to be controlled. And so I think this is very relevant as we all know as educators, unless their needs are met in the way your program does, it's hard to teach them. So we really appreciate all of your information and resources. Now you shared that so everyone can access your website for the resources you have there. But you mentioned if schools wanted to go further than that, and as you mentioned, like some sort of a partnership or bring your program in more in depth, can you re-explain how they could do that?
You can start by reaching out to either one of us. There's more information on the website too with contact. Um, do those attending have access to our emails, Jacob, or is that something we need to provide?
I can definitely share that. There'll be
Okay, wonderful.
all the information from the whole day will be shared. So we'll definitely do that if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, perfect. It's fine with me. And we can get you in contact with who you need to be in contact with.
Well, great. Well, thank you again so much for being here. We have about 7 minutes before we're going to start our next one, but thank you so much for your time and for that information. Everybody, you can feel free to step away from your computers for a bit, stretch your legs, and we'll start a couple minutes before 10, before the next presentation starts. So feel free to take a quick break, and we'll be back about 9:58 to get rolling. All right, welcome back. We're gonna get ready for our next session. Just a reminder, because I know we've had some, I'll probably say this a lot of times today because we're having people kind of come and go, but make sure that your full name is on your Zoom screen so that we can give you credit for attending if you're looking for sketches. And also, please, while the session is happening, have your camera on so we know you're there if you want credit for that. So I'm going to move on to our next presenter. So I will introduce our next speaker and we'll get started. So our next session is from another of our new growing PHS partners, the U of M Institute of Firearm Injury Prevention. It's from the Michigan School Safety Initiative. I'm here to present about taking a comprehensive approach to improving school safety. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Justin Heinz. Dr. Heinz is an associate professor in the Department of Health Behavior and Health Equity at the U of M School of Public Health. His research examines how schools influence risk outcomes, focuses on disparities, violence, and in the school context, and policies that perpetuate inequity. He directs the National Center of School Safety, leads research in the prevention of firearm injury, and investigates interventions for healthier school communities. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Heinz.
Thank you very much, Jacob, and good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. Good to be here. I understand I'm joined by a bunch of wellness champions. I love that coming from a school of public health. I think of the work that I do, safety related work, violence prevention work, as a big part of wellness. And I hope folks would agree that simply the absence of violence, for example, does not necessarily mean wellness. And so what are some of the things that how can we flip that conversation from violence prevention to really safety promotion? And so I think that we can sort of gather a more holistic sense of what it means to be well. I'm going to share my screen and I'm just going to ask real quick, are folks seeing a PowerPoint or are they seeing PowerPoint plus my Zoom screen? Nathan, you're nodding. I'm just PowerPoint. Life good? All right. Good deal. All right. So again, I'm coming from a school of public health, so I try to think globally about the kind of work that we do. I'm an educational psychologist by training, and if you're not familiar, I'm interested in the science of teaching and learning, and I love schools. I think they are dynamic places where kids can grow and actualize as learners. And if we think about some of the theory behind growing and learning, you go way back to Maslow, and he had that excellent pyramid, right? And at the very, very top was self-actualization. So like really kind of reaching your inner potential. And in order to do that, you kind of work down that pyramid and it had important stuff like building self-esteem and love and belonging. But at the very base of that pyramid, the very, very base, all right, so the actual base has things like shelter and clothes and food. I get that. But the next rung up really is that safety and security. And you are never going to actualize as a learner if you do not feel safe in your learning environment and the milieu around you. So one of the things that we've been trying to think about is how can we work with schools around the country to create those safer school environments so that students can do what they're there to do. Reading, writing, arithmetic, and maybe a little bit of social emotional learning on top of that. So that's what I'm going to be talking about today. Oops, maybe. Just a little bit of a roadmap for the next 35, 40 minutes. I'm going to give you a sense of what we know about school safety from current data. Then I'm going to talk about our approach, which is a more comprehensive approach to school safety. You might have in your head what school safety means and what it looks like, and I'm hoping that I can expand folks' thinking to think more globally about school safety. And then I understand that you would have seen from the TIPS team just right before here, but we are going to talk about trauma-informed schools a little bit as well. One, I think it's great to be able to reinforce that message, but then two, really thinking about whether it's prevention, time of incident, or recovery, how trauma-informed approaches can support students if they do experience a violent event or an injury at school. All right, so this is going to be a little bit difficult because it's a webinar, but I'm curious if you could throw in the chat, when you think about school safety, what are you thinking about? Do my best to keep an eye on this chat here. When you think about school safety, what are you thinking about? Throw it in the chat if you have a second. No fights, no violence. People in the front office controlling that entry point. Keeping students safe and staff safe. I like that staff is in there as well. Yeah, trust, building trust. Love it. Ensuring all students know what to do in case of an emergency like that. It's okay to walk in, smiles, security cameras. All right, there's an interesting juxtaposition. Everyone feels like the environment supports emotional well-being and physical well-being. Love that, Courtney. Students not throwing desks. Good to keep desks on the ground and no fighting. Incident-free school. Excellent. I'm loving this. I'm loving how people are approaching this problem. I want you to keep these in your head as we're talking through, because I think we're talking in a lot of the same language, which is really exciting. All right, so what do we know about school safety at this point in time? When I think about school safety, I have to say that the conversation is almost always dominated by these very salient incidents that we see on TV and the news, and they're revolving around school mass shootings, and you see students getting shepherded out of buildings. You can see the anguish on folks' faces. And it's not to say that these are not horrific incidents and that they don't have huge implications for the school communities and their surrounding areas. But we think about those things and they get so much attention, but they really are the tip of the iceberg when we think about school safety, because they can overshadow some of the far more common forms of violence and safety-related concerns that we see. Those would be things like bullying and discrimination and microaggressions. Thinking about mental health as an aspect of safety and those social relationships. All of those pieces represent a huge piece of the pie that when we really are only thinking about school shootings, which are actually statistically very, very rare events, we can miss some of that opportunity, right? So we can see this disproportionate investment in trying to avoid these very, very rare incidents, while at the same time we might be able to dedicate more of those resources or more of those efforts to some of those common forms of violence or discrimination or harm that can stay with students just as much as when they're exposed to more extreme forms of violence. So trying to think again about all the facets of violence that we need to be considering, and as we're identifying strategies or policies or ways that we want to approach our individual school buildings, are we thinking about that whole iceberg, or are we really focused on kind of the most salient pieces? And just to give you an example of why we think about some of this. So here, this represents some of the more recent data. It's always a couple of year lag, but this is from the CDC Youth Risk Behavioral Survey data. In the state of Michigan alone, we have about 1 in 5 telling us they have mental health concerns so severe that they have considered suicide. Almost 1 in 4 are reporting bullying. About 8% said that they were threatened or injured on school. And sometimes I see people tell me, oh, 8%, that doesn't seem like such a high percentage. You have to remember that in the state of Michigan, we have what, like 1.4, almost 1.5 million students. So 8%, that's over 100,000 students every year telling us that they've been threatened or injured on schools. Closer to 200,000 students in the state of Michigan said they skipped school. They skipped school due to some kind of safety concern, right? So we have to be thinking about the different sorts of forms that violence and safety concerns have, and then what sort of implications they have for our students, because this is not, a small proportion of our students, whether they're struggling with mental health concerns, some of these social relationship concerns, or some of those physical injury concerns as well. But then, I mean, these are sort of those things that have been on our radar for a while, and there are these new and emerging pieces of what I call the school safety pie that we need to be thinking about. I guarantee you, I don't have to see the wellness folks on this call and know that phones and social media are at least on your minds. I think right now the average teen is reporting something around 5 hours a day on their cell phone, and whether that's in class or out of class, we do know that social media exposure and screen time is associated with a higher prevalence of bullying, increased feelings of social isolation, an elevated risk of suicide. So as we are thinking about some of the things that we saw in the chat, it's the fights, it's the potential school shootings, it's making sure students feel safe, it's the cameras and the controlled entry. What about that digital environment and some of the concerns that might be begin to manifest as students are spending more and more time interacting and socializing online? And one of the things that I always like to remind folks is, unlike a bullying situation that might be happening in the classroom or hallways, if you have a phone, that follows you home. It happens at dinner time. It happens at 11 o'clock at night. It happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so students can be exposed to this sort of harassment or negative imagery or whatever it might be throughout their week as well as their weekend. And so thinking then, what is the role in schools and how can we be promoting that positive school environment, not just when we're physically in the building, but more globally? And what are some of the strategies we can do for that? Again, some things that we might not have had to talk about 10 years ago, but certainly are on folks' radars now. Active shooter drills, about 95% of the schools around the country participate in some form of active shooter drill or training. In the state of Michigan, this is required. So you're going to have some form of partnership with law enforcement to conduct some form of emergency training, often which will include some form of active shooter training. Well, here's the thing about those active shooter drills, and I just had a conversation with a parent this morning about their 7-year-old who was part of a lockdown drill and expressed some of this concern. Students react to those drills. They understand what they are for, at least from some of the data that we've collected, and why we do them, but they still find them scary. They still think about them after they go home for the day. And so what are some of the approaches that we can take with students, whether after an active shooter drill or communicating with parents, to make sure that that folks can have conversations about why these drills happen, when it is a drill versus when it's like kind of a real situation, and being as transparent as possible so that we can make these sort of trauma-informed and developmentally appropriate. We also don't want to take a drill and do the same thing for high school students that we might do with middle school students or even elementary school students. So these are all kind of decisions that will often fall to decision makers at school, whether that's principals, school boards, or a wellness coordinator. School weapon carriage. Again, you look at the percentage, it's like 2 to 3% of students will admit to carrying a weapon. Extrapolate that times 1.5 million students, and all of a sudden we're talking about a number of weapons that might be showing up to schools in a given year. So having to have those conversations about why are students making these decisions. Oftentimes it is safety related. It's not inherently aggressive or with an intent to harm someone. Oftentimes it's because they feel threatened. That's one of those reasons. But I will say, from a research side, we don't know of many programs that are designed specifically to limit the amount of weapon carriage that happens within schools. So thinking through, what does it mean for students to be bringing weapons, and how can we try to prevent those things? And then teacher-directed violence. I saw somebody put that in the chat, which I thought was excellent, because they often are overlooked. Teachers experience violence from students, from parents, even from some of their fellow peers. And so really trying to help teachers that are exposed to some of these incidents and help them to continue to do their work, because we know that exposure to violence for teachers can lead to their own depression and mental health concerns. It can mean to leaving their jobs or the profession completely. It can mean to missed work. So trying to think again about some of these newer or emerging areas or places where we know there are gaps. So what are some of the practice implications that we can think through together? And that's part of what we try to do in our center, is work with schools to say, all right, what are the issues and the major challenges that are facing you? And how can we support you, and ideally be implementing evidence-based practices when we do so? All right, almost done with what just this kind of current state of the landscape, but I think this is important. I love this slide because every time I have a talk around school safety, I want to talk about 3 myths, because I think these 3 myths are important and they're pervasive. One is that mass shootings happen all the time, and it might feel like this. And we do absolutely have mass shootings in the United States, including in schools. We have seen, unfortunately, a disturbing uptick in trends in terms of the number of mass shootings and the casualties in mass shootings over the last 5 years. But at the same time, when you look at the 45 or 50,000 deaths related to firearms in the United States every year, about 1% of those are from mass shootings. And actually, it's about 0.1% that are happening within schools. It's actually about 10 or 15 times more likely that a student will be killed on their way to or from school, whether it's in a car or they're walking, than by a firearm. So I'm not saying that to minimize the issue of firearms in schools. But to be thinking about the many ways that harm or injury can happen within schools, and are we thinking holistically, and I'll keep using that term throughout the next 25, 30 minutes, holistically about the ways that we can promote safety, because just focusing on this idea that there could be a mass shooting is going to miss a lot of those different areas of injury. Second one, violence is random. And this is one of the scariest parts. I'm a parent. I work in schools, and it can feel like we just don't know. When is it going to happen? When is it going to happen to us? That's a thing I hear from students, from teachers, from administrators. But the thing to remember, and this has been documented by the National Threat Assessment Center. We've seen this in data over the last 10 to 15 years. In about 90% of cases where there's extreme school violence, whether it's a shooting, it's personal harm, or even sometimes severe fights, there have been at least one sign, one signal that this violence might be happening, right? And it takes that see something, say something. I know you've seen it on a bus, you've seen it at the airport, and we're trying to instill that same sort of messaging within schools. Because again, 90% of the time, there's been a signal. 75% of the time, folks, 75% of the time, 2 or 3 people said they noticed something. Now, yeah, hindsight might see 20/20, but oftentimes it's in social media posts. It can be in their school-based writing. It can be a disclosure to a friend or to a trusted adult. So if we can be more vigilant and try to recognize when those signs are starting to bubble up, what are we looking for? How do we respond? What are the appropriate steps once a concern's been identified? I think we can make some real reductions in the extreme within schools, not just against school shootings, but suicides and other forms of violence. And then finally is this last one. It really is challenging to me that the conversation in school violence often conflates mental health and mental illness. And I feel incumbent upon myself to remind folks that it's just a very, very small percentage of youth with mental health concerns that perpetrate violence. And in fact, it's by far the opposite. It's youth that are exposed to violence often have lingering depression, anxiety, and other mental health challenges. So flipping that conversation so that we are not labeling students that if they have a mental health problem or challenge, that they are then likely to perpetrate violence in the future. So those 3 things, again, these are things I hear in the media, I hear in conversations with folks around the country, and I just want to reiterate a few of these messages so that when we're thinking about ways to prevent violence, we don't fall into some of these same traps. All right. So if folks are still with me, I am now going to turn our attention. So now you've seen that sort of safety landscape. How are we at the University of Michigan National Center for School Safety thinking about a comprehensive approach? So the idea here is that there's not one form of violence that we need to worry about, but unfortunately, the flip side of that is there's not a panacea. I wish I could tell you that there is one program, one policy, one thing everybody needs to be doing, and then boom, we're going to be good. That doesn't exist. And I recognize that every school, every district, every school community is going to be different. And so we're thinking about a collective approach that allows schools to have their own autonomy and independence in terms of creating the suite of programs and policies that are going to work for you. Because it's going to be that combination that's going to map onto your school culture, to the resources that you have available that I think is going to help you make the most improvements in those areas that are most important to you. Not everybody has the same school safety challenges. And so how can we adapt a more holistic model so that it can also be individualistic at the same time? So this is our approach, and it starts for what I would think a wellness champion would be really excited to see. That's on the far right-hand side. If you're used to academic presentations, we usually start from the left of a conceptual model and work our way right. I'm going to do the exact opposite, because what this is really all about is trying to promote positive youth development. At the end of the day, what we're most concerned is allowing our students the space and the resources and the supports so that they can grow into to be the young people we want them to be, which I think is absolutely what this whole day is about. which Project Healthy Schools is about. And we just want to try to include safety as part of that conversation. Moving left from that positive youth development idea, you notice we have both psychological safety and physical safety. Now, what I liked about this chat at the very, very beginning is that I saw both. And I applaud folks for recognizing that it's not just preventing physical harm. That is absolutely a huge part of what safety is, at least in our minds. But that's just one part of it, because that complement, and they're really kind of two sides to the same coin in my mind, psychological safety is really critical, and they play off of each other, right? If you do not feel physically safe, if you feel like you could be harmed, chances are you're also not feeling psychologically safe. And then similarly, you could have all the physical safety in the world, but if you are not feeling psychologically safe, excuse me, you're probably not going to be able to focus and concentrate on the kinds of academic things we would hope you would do in order to promote that development again. So trying to promote both of those facets of safety, we think is really important. Now, moving still to the left, we have these three different environments, and this is where it's going to get to the whole comprehensive picture. We think that there are different sorts of programs that address different elements, components, facets, whatever you want to think of a school environment. Social environment, attentive environment, and physical environment. Social environment is all of the relationships. I saw folks say trust in the chat. I saw folks say bullying in the chat. I saw folks, we were talking about trauma-informed approaches right before this talk. That is all, in my mind, part of sort of the social environment, which I believe can lead to both psychological and physical safety. The attentive environment maybe is not as conceptually clear to folks, but this is really kind of that see something, say something. You could think of it as surveillance. You can think of it as trying to identify concerns. You can think of it like mental health first aid or behavioral threat assessment. We'll talk about some specific strategies. But this lateral surveillance idea that we're looking out for each other, we're looking out for concerns, we're trying to raise problems before they manifest into a major problem is the idea behind the attentive environment. And then physical environment at the bottom, these would be things like your access control, fences, cameras, security personnel, all those different types of things. We believe all three of these things play a role, these three environments, and they also feed off of each other, right? So if you have a very imposing physical environment, it could, doesn't necessarily have to, but it could affect the social environment. A positive social environment might lead to more attentive approaches, right? So if you have trust in your teachers in your school, you might be more willing to report a concern. We see that, for example, in the case of in law enforcement. If there's not a trust there, less likely to report those less. Finally, to the left-hand side here, it would be things like, oops, I see I have my internet is unstable, sorry about that. On the left-hand side here, we have the school safety strategies themselves, which I'll talk about in just a second, but then the far left, and I get this, you do not operate in a vacuum. You have school concerns, community concerns, structural concerns, state concerns, all of those things that could play into what you select, how they get implemented, et cetera. So at least recognizing those things and trying to name them when we can to see how they might be playing out in this model is why we at least have them there. And then at the very, very bottom, it's just trying to think about the diverse populations that we have within our schools and how these different environments, these different school safety strategies might be affecting individual students differently. And we can talk about that a little bit more later. So just as some examples, and I won't go through these one by one, but you can see some of the different types of things. I would imagine folks on this call probably see things that they are already doing, or at least some examples or some similarities to what they might be doing within their schools. But you can see on the social side, it's really things designed to create those relationships, build trust, and create a community, the attentive environment, identify problems before they manifest into major problems. Physical environment, it's thinking through what are some of the, I mean, sometimes target hardening or whatever you want to call it. But basically, what can we do with our physical environment to create safer places for learning? All right, that's a lot of me talking. And so I'm just going to take a couple of minutes here and on for folks on the call. You don't have to, but I would appreciate if you could just start to think about, if I gave you this, these boxes, what are some of the things your schools are doing? And then because I think this is where, I mean, we can't all do everything at once, but if there are things that you wish you could be doing, and part of what we have a rubric like this is maybe you find that you're doing a whole bunch of things in the physical environment and maybe the social environment, but not quite so many things in the attentive environment. And that might be a place where you can focus your energy. So again, just take 2 minutes here, 10:23. I'll put just this slide back up again if it's helpful for the types of things. So what are you doing in your social environment, attentive environment, physical environment? All right. And thank you, Jenny. You beat me, and Carolyn too. You both beat me to my next request, which is if anybody would like to share what they're doing in the chat. Screens, cameras, system IR, SOR, hall monitors, teachers walking the hallway, SEL lessons on Wednesdays, love that. Yay, bully free October. Relationship building, trauma-informed strategies, safety officer present. Yeah, absolutely. Gotcha. And yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. It can be challenging, and resources are often scarce. And at the end, if we have some time, I can talk a little bit about some of the funding strategies that I know of that can support whether it's physical security or also some of the training that might be happening. I see trails, all right, so mental health, security, doors, windows, entry, exit program, threat assessment team. Yes, Heidi, hurrah. Door boots. Okay. All right. So you can probably understand where we're trying to go with this is we would like to see in an ideal world sort of representation across each of these environments, right? So that we're not asking for one strategy. We're not asking our SRO that we might put into a physical environment, say, all right, SRO, we have you here. We're done. We've done school safety. But no, we also want to be thinking about what are some of the ways that we can pair maybe existing programs, or if we want to introduce a new program, have we really been thinking about social emotional learning and its effect on safety? And if not, are there ways that we can integrate some safety conversations into our social emotional learning process? So if we're doing PBIS or whatever it might be, how can we be thinking through what the trust that's built within there, the self-confidence and other facets of PBIS environment could then also support upstanding in the presence of bullying, right? That might be part of our attentive environment. How can we interject when we see bullying that might be happening, or if we see some graffiti on the walls, or we can see if we see something that's sort of discriminatory online? Can students learn how to either report that to a teacher or a principal, or even make their own concern known, which I know is very, very difficult for individuals. So in ways that we can say, this is what we hope to happen, what are some tangible strategies that we can be implementing to move those things forward? Love it. And then sort of the other axis, if you will, so we have those different environments, is when these things are happening. So again, looking at the chat, and I'm loving all these different things that folks are talking about. We're more often than not talking about things that happen right around the time of incident or as a response, right? So just traditionally, this is not always the case, but a lot of our effort is on if violence happens, if there's a fight, if there's an unwelcome person in the building, what are we going to be doing? So a lot of the strategies are focused on that response. But we think it's equally important to be thinking on that prevention side. So what are the things that we're doing are designed to mitigate harm if there is a high risk? But then also, what are the complementary things that we can be doing to prevent harm from starting in the first place? And I can already see from the chat that folks are thinking on the prevention side of things, which is wonderful, because I'll show you in just a second that oftentimes those might have the most evidence base. But then hearkening back to the presentation you just saw, the recovery side is often a place where we see schools have not been able to invest as much time or resources. So what happens after the fact? And this is not just, and this is, I think, not just when violence or safety concerns happen within your school, but in a neighboring school or even across the state, or if it makes national news, we find that even if you're 4 states away, students can be affected by news that violence has happened. So thinking through how do we approach schools when there has been, an incident within our school, incident within our community, incident nationwide, to support students, to support teachers, so that they can continue to do their work, but then recognizing their own pathways to recovery. And so we want to see strategies at each part of this timeline in addition to each of those environments. All right. I can't help it. I am a professor at U of M, go blue. When I think about any of these approaches, oftentimes, and it's a little bugaboo of mine, school safety and schools can be a little bit of a laboratory for approaches that people are trying, but don't necessarily have a lot of data or studies to support them. Now, I'm not saying that's the only knowledge that we should value. There's certainly lived experience, and there's culturally specific knowledge and content that can absolutely inform programs. But ultimately, we're trying to promote the use of evidence-based or evidence-informed strategies. If you're not familiar, this is basically strategies that we have seen some set of studies, usually 2 to 3 if you want to go by the National Institute of Justice definition, that suggests that by implementing the program, policy, or strategy, you are going to see those intended outcomes. So this is the difference between things that seem like a good idea and we're going to try them versus things that have an evidence base with them. We can point to some of that data. We can systematically collect information about the program implementation, the program efficacy, and perhaps even the cost benefit and sustainability of those programs to be able to point to why this program may or may not be a good fit for the type of things that we're worried about, right? Not every program is going to be a good fit for every school, but we are, when possible, if it's a choice between 2 programs, one of which has some studies supporting it or some data supporting it, especially in your kind of context, let's try to go with that one because we can be a little bit more confident that it's going to lead to the designs. Again, especially with emerging topics, social media jumps right to mind. There might not be data, studies, etc., that support a particular strategy. So in that case, we're often looking towards more theoretically guided or even trying to pull from lessons from the field where we can. But again, trying to push this adoption of evidence-based strategies. And just to break it down for folks, here are a list of things that I see schools doing around the country. The top group here are what I'd call strategies with clear and consistent evidence bases. That means at some point in time, we've seen randomized controlled trials where you can see schools that are assigned to different conditions, some of which get the program, some of which don't, and we see differences in those kind of outcomes. And I will say that based on our little key here, oftentimes those have been a little bit more prevention focused. So you see the anti-bullying programs, threat assessment. I saw somebody in the chat was doing that, restorative practices and non-exclusionary discipline approaches, trauma-informed responses. These tend to be more evidence-informed or evidence-based and have shown sort of efficacy, and they can be used either from a prevention lens, a time of incident response, or also recovery. Now, things that with other strategies that have a developing evidence base, which means I can point you to a couple of studies to suggest they can be effective, but in my opinion, we'd want to be doing a little bit more work before I say, yes, I am very confident that this can lead to positive outcomes. So surveillance approaches, active shooter trainings, which I know are required. I put SROs down here, not because there's not research done on SROs. There's a ton of research done on SROs, but it is a mixed bag. And in particularly when there's misalignment between an SRO's role, are they a disciplinarian or are they there to bring their unique expertise? When it's the latter, there tends to be a lot better experiences with SROs. Another misalignment is when you have SROs working with historically marginalized populations. If there's a feeling of lack of trust or concerns, that can sometimes create barriers. But the good news is there's also research to suggest that with appropriate training and buy-in from an SRO, you can mitigate a lot of those challenges. But door locks, signage, crime prevention through environmental design, this is the hardest one for me to explain to people. But for example, I am never, ever going to be able to tell schools, I want you to be part of a trial where you just don't lock your doors for a while, and I'm going to tell these other schools to lock their doors. I think door locks work. I think they're important. We just don't have the data or the ability or capacity to really measure them in the same way. So it's not to say that you shouldn't be doing these things. It's just I'm trying to be as transparent as possible about the evidence base. And then at the bottom here, and it's going to be a similar sort of messaging, places where I just do not see much of any evidence. Those would include things like metal detectors, which are fairly common, video cameras, very common, stop the bleed and hemorrhage training, arming teachers. So again, more on the response side, and it's not to say those things can't work, but I just haven't seen the data to really support them. So if you are doing them, we're still to think through. We can connect you with law enforcement. We can connect you with other schools that are doing some of these things to tell you about their lessons learned. But I can't point to you to previous data. I can't point you to schoolsafety.gov or other sort of trusted resources to say this is how it's going to work. So just things to be keeping in mind as you have a selection of all the myriad things that you could choose from in terms of how you're going to promote safety within your schools. This is where sort of the state of the evidence around these programs is. And feel free to ask some questions about these as we get towards the end. All right, I already spoke to this just a little bit, but it's worth re-emphasizing that for me, psychological and physical safety are really just two sides of the same coin. Psychological safety is sort of that emotional and psychological well-being of students and members of the school community. It's not just about those students, but we want them to feel respected and supported, valued, and where they can feel comfortable expressing their own selves and identities. And so how are we creating a school environment that allows that to happen? We think is going to be related to those physical security concerns, which really is sort of that freedom from bodily harm. So you can't have one without the other is really sort of the message here. So if you're thinking about those different strategies from that last slide, how are the things that we're doing here to promote physical safety affecting psychological safety? And similarly, how are things that are affecting our psychological safety affecting our physical safety? And I can tell you, things like physical security can have an effect on our students' psyches. Things like that are focused more on their sort of psychological or social emotional development can also have an effect on how they feel in terms of their physical safety. So it might not be sort of an objective criteria for physical safety, but students absolutely connect them. Active shooter drills are a nice example of that. All right, how am I doing here time-wise? I know I'm throwing lots and lots of information at folks, so I have just a few more slides here, and I'll probably go through them a little bit faster because it sounds like you would have, I mean, I'm familiar with the TIPS team. I love the program that they have and the sort of that more global approach to including a trauma-informed perspective. We argue the same thing, and it's essentially, if you were not at the last presentation, the idea that our students and our teachers and school community members, they bring more than just what you see in front of them to the table. And we want to be thinking about the interaction between the types of things we're doing to promote safety. Again, love the chat. Absolutely love what folks are doing, but the interaction of all those different things that you're doing and their own individual histories, and recognizing that they might have been exposed to violence at home, violence within their community, substance use, terrorism or war, if you have students coming from outside of the United States, discrimination histories, right? Those types of things might be a part of the way that they develop their perspective and perceive how we are trying to promote safety and create those safe learning environments. And so at least recognizing that can be really critical. So I'm assuming, again, if you were part of that TIPS training, you probably see a few of these different things, but recognizing that there are many events that can stay with students, and that's part of what a trauma definition is. It's something that sort of stays with you and sort of profoundly changes you. And so trying to recognize that our students bring in those different histories and trying to at least engage some of, or not necessarily, we're not trying to identify what those histories are, but being conscious that they might have experienced these things as we are developing strategies. So if we're thinking about ways that we're going to interact with students or talk to them about safety, understanding that they might have had these previous experiences. How that event is experienced. So this is very individualized, and which is one of the challenges. I think I appreciate the TIPS approach and that they are sort of also holistic, universal in their approach to trauma-informed approaches. but recognizing that every student is going to be a little bit different. Their timeline to recovery could be a little bit different. Their specific experiences are going to be a little bit different. Because of their culture or some of their identities, that experience can be a little bit different. So we're just trying to find ways to connect with folks, give them that sort of universal positive regard and reinforcement as we are engaging in these school safety conversations or in some cases disciplinary approaches or whichever it could be. Difference across groups. Again, you saw probably from our conceptual model, we had at that bottom banner sort of equitable approaches. So not every group is going to experience traumatic events in the same way, or there might be a history of marginalization that could be manifesting when, for example, we're talking about school resource officers or surveillance techniques. If we're talking about a behavioral threat assessment or getting identified as a problematic behavior. So there are concerns that we can see that have manifested in other data sources or other school experiences and trying to learn from those things. So I think when done appropriately, there are a lot of school safety strategies that can actually address some of these group differences and concerns as you're trying to implement them. And then recognizing last but not least that the effects of trauma can interact with the ways that students either behave, emotionally receive information, learn those things. And so cognizance of that is really what the main message of this is. We actually have a trauma-informed toolkit for schools that are interested in thinking about school safety from a trauma-informed, resilience-oriented lens. I'm not going to go through all of these different pieces here, but if you are interested, I can send you a link to the toolkit. The point, again, is we know that every school is doing something a little bit different from the safety perspective, but how can we make sure that this perspective, this trauma-informed perspective, is represented regardless of whether you were talking about metal detectors or youth empowerment programs or the fencing that might be happening around your school park. Let's see here. So for, I guess maybe the last message on this piece of it is just some reminders around that we can't know everybody's individual backgrounds. So in an ideal world, we can, but and we might be able to learn those over time, but there are universal practices that we think you can start to employ. And that starts with perhaps educating your entire staff or those that are involved in school communities, and that might be those outside the building as well. So thinking about parents and community organizations and others that are engaged with schools to at least let them know what possible trauma history might look like and how it could affect students. This idea around unconditional positive regard. This is a bunch of wellness champions on this call, and I would think that this will resonate to you. But this we want to emphasize and underscore that idea of social connection, and that these students realize that there are people that care about them. Right? That's really kind of this approach that we're trying to hold students thinking about their best interests. That we believe that they are valued members of their community and want to think that they're there for a reason. They're there to learn. They're there to be part of the community. And even if that behavior doesn't always map on, we're still trying to approach with the same lens and give them the benefit of the doubt. We can still think through ways to engage in ways that promote safety, but still holding that principle in mind. And then not forgetting that students play a big role in safety. I always say that the school safety table is ever expanding. Anybody has a place. Everybody has a place at the school safety table. And so to have that youth voice can sometimes be profoundly interesting, right? You hear what students think about the things that we're doing, and it can shift your own perspective. So when possible, trying to engage youth, empower youth to be part of the things that you're doing, and allow them to feel as they have autonomy and are playing a role in their broader safety strategies as well. All right, well, so this is a bit more of a guess than anything, but thinking about maybe what a role of a wellness champion would be, what can you do? One, I think it's important to have as many voices talking about comprehensive school safety as possible, whether you're a teacher, whether you're an administrator, whether you're a parent, community member, whichever it could be. I think asking questions, I think oftentimes the communication can be unidirectional. And so, do you know your school's safety plans? Do you know what their emergency operation look like? Do you know how they have engaged with either law enforcement or first responders? I think it's okay to ask those questions. I really do. And they might not be able to give you all the answers and lay out everything for you. But I think it's important for as many people to realize how we're approaching these different safety concerns as possible. So that does require some proactivity, but I also think it's in everybody's best interest to have folks on the same page. Be a trusted adult. This is really thinking about that school trust and developing relationships with students. When I just was at a presentation at the American Society for Criminology, teacher and peer attachment were both associated with students reporting a weapon being brought to school. Teacher and student attachment, right? So developing those relationships increases the likelihood that students are going to tell, or I mean, or are going to talk about, a student that might be bringing a weapon to school. So that doesn't work the day of, right? That is something that starts at the beginning of their school year or the beginning of their school experience and takes time and effort. Again, saw in the chat, a lot of folks were already doing a lot of these things, whether it's restorative practices, SEL, whichever, but trying to make sure that students recognize this. And then at the bottom here, absolutely recognizing that every school has its own culture. The population is going to be unique. You know your school's best. My job is to be more of a guide, right? I'm kind of like a driver's trainer instructor. I don't make the rules for the road. That's the state, that's the Department of Education. But my job is to help folks try to drive and navigate those roads safely. But then you know your car, you know your passengers better than I do. What I'm trying to do is be a partner in how we can approach this journey together. Sorry for that analogy, but it's the best one I can come up with. All right. I think I'm near time now, so I don't want to keep going, but hopefully at this point you've seen how really the goal of all of this is just trying to promote positive youth development. But we think safety is going to be an important part of that. So there are lots of ways that are going to support positive youth development. We just don't want safety to be dropped from the conversation. All right. This might be possible, this might not, but since we're out of time, you don't have to put it in the chat. But I do hope there was at least one thing in the last 45 minutes that you took that you might be able to say on Monday, or since next Monday is Thanksgiving week, maybe the Monday afterwards, that you can maybe take to your decision makers, or you can bring to your staff or whichever, to say, what's one thing that we can do here to center school safety for a little bit here in the conversation to try to help our students. And then I know a lot of today is going to be thinking about broader school health, but can you think about school health in the context of school safety or vice versa? How are these influencing each other? If we're talking about nutritional access, if we're talking about trauma-informed support, if we're talking about whichever, chances are if we're talking health, there's at least an element of safety to be thinking about as well. And if we can support that work that you're doing, we'll try to do so. So here is just that question again, coming full circle. Again, already like the thinking about school safety, but hopefully this has prompted you to think a little bit more in ways that maybe you haven't before. And then just a quick plug here. And Jacob, if you wouldn't mind throwing these in the chat, this is just one example of the many sorts of resources that we have at the National Center for School Safety. Everything is freely available. We're funded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance, so we can work with schools on an individual level. We have trainings, we have resources. The whole purpose is to promote safer learning environments. So there's no cost again or no obligation for you. I would be delighted for anybody on this call to avail themselves of the resources. We are working with Project Healthy Schools to be just another resource for schools in the state of Michigan, and would be happy to work with anybody who has questions or wants to try to think through any of the challenges that they're facing. So with that, I just want to say thank you so much for the time this morning, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm happy to answer some questions if I can be helpful.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heinz. Yes, if you have any questions, please throw those in the chat right now. I'd love to ask them for you. And Dr. Heinz, I have a couple, and just to fill our time out to make sure that we get some things covered. But so we have a question for how do we create a safe environment in our schools without making the environment seem restrictive, and while still allowing kids to be individuals and engage in age-appropriate behaviors? how can this be done with the scarcity of resources that often schools have?
Sure, and I see a couple different questions in there, and one is the reality that students do see what our schools are doing, and in particular, those are more of those physical strategies, things like um, fences and door lock policies and vestibules and security officers and metal detectors. My response to that is you don't necessarily have to say, all right, we're just not going to do these because they can engender a little bit of fear or concerns in our students. I have found that engaging students on their level to talk about why we do these things, and also to explain how we are doing other things that maybe you are not seeing. So one of the reasons why we encourage folks to reach out to our school counselors is to have them talk through some of their concerns around mental health. One of the reasons why we are doing our Wednesday morning meetings where we're trying to develop communities so that we are also kind of promoting school safety. So it doesn't just feel like, man, I'm walking into a prison-related environment because people are kind of scanning me and I see all these cameras around the building. I think students do recognize that safety is a concern, that the adults in the building want to keep them safe, and then allowing them to feel again part of that conversation is important. And you might have suggestions from students. Are there ways that we can make it feel less like we are restricted to just one hallway? Or are there ways that we can think about, how this camera makes me feel in the classroom, and you can sort of explain what the purpose is, why perhaps it's been done, and maybe even changes that you could consider if there are other ways that students can benefit or can demonstrate their readiness to have those spaces be non-surveilled. I would say that's sort of an extremer, maybe down the road type of thing, but even that engagement an explanation we have found in the cases of, for example, a security guard or of active shooter trainings tend to go a long way with students. And again, I've been surprised with how knowledgeable students are about the purpose of these things. But then they're also very upfront about saying, well, this is what it scares me, this is why it scares me, and this is what I'm thinking about. And sometimes it's not the fact that there is a metal detector, it's what that represents. It means that I think that there could be somebody, one of my peers or classmates, that might try to bring a gun to school. And this is where you can engage in that sort of follow-up conversation to say, no, we are doing all of these things to make sure that you're safe. And here are also some things that you can be doing if you notice a concern, for example. And that can sometimes mitigate some of that concern. There was a second part of that question, I think, around funding. I will say that our center is funded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance. I want folks on the call to know that there should be calls next spring for both COPS, Community-Oriented Policing and Services, as well as Bureau of Justice Assistance, STOP School Safety Program, Students, Teachers, Officers Preventing School Violence. These are federal grants that are 3 years. They can be up to $1 million or $2 million if they're a statewide grant. COPS grants are designed for some of those same physical security improvements that we talked about. So surveillance, security personnel. The STOP grants from the BJA side tend to be around more training, like if you want to implement a school threat assessment team, coordination with first responders, even some of the social emotional learning pieces. So schools can apply for both of those forms of funding. We also know that the state's going to be releasing, I haven't seen those calls yet, their own forms of funding that are going to be focused on school safety. And once we start to what the state's expecting, we would be there to help schools think through how they might apply to that resource as well as the federal resources to try to fund some of these things. But often folks don't realize that at least the STOP funding could be for personnel. So it could be for like a wellness champion at a school or a safety champion, if you want to think about it, that might govern some of these programs through for a few years and really help with the sustainability and capacity.
Thank you. And you actually bring up a point that I really never thought of. If I can kind of imagine if someone was school shopping or a family was school shopping, metal detectors, I think, kind of flag people as maybe as a deterrent, as maybe, even though it's something that is there for more safety. So that's kind of a conundrum there. If you kind of know what I mean, that's an interesting thought because it's as much as providing more safety, I think maybe to some people it's a turnoff because it indicates that the school's not safe.
So yeah, I mean, I think parents should be thinking about safety. I mean, we don't want that to dominate the conversation. But I do think that as parents are considering, school choice or whatever it could be, what is your school doing? And I think if you're a school trying to communicate to parents, you might talk about some of those physical strategies again, but then don't leave out some of these other facets that are going to be promoting safety. The idea that you have mental health first aid training for all of your staff or some sort of surveillance monitoring can be thought of as safety, and parents might not think about that. Although we did just collect some data with colleagues from CS Mott, and when it was talking about 1,000 parents. And parents do recognize that mental health is part of safety, that promoting social relationships is part of safety, along with things like police officers or SROs, along with things like active shooter drills. So I think engaging those parents and saying these are just the multitude of ways that we are promoting safety within our buildings can help, assuage maybe concerns around, well, wait a minute, you're telling me my student has to walk through a metal detector. But I think you can have those conversations and be upfront about the comprehensive approach that you're taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much. I had one more for you, but it might be a little bit too big of a question, but it kind of ties into our last session. And if you had to pick, and I think I kind of know the answer, but the last session kind of focused on psychological safety and well-being, as opposed to now we're talking a lot about physical. Would you say one has to be established before the other, or do they kind of grow simultaneously? Like, does a student need to feel psychologically safe before we focus on that, or vice versa?
I love that question, Jacob, and I think you're probably predicting the answer is I do think that they feed off of one another. So because they really are sort of two sides of the same coin, I think it's important to ask students and again teachers and others in the building about both. And again, once what it just takes a couple of prompts for people to talk through some of the ways they are feeling. We did this with active shooter drills. We just asked people two questions about tell us about active shooter drills and tell us how they make you feel in terms of promoting safety, and the richness of responses. So people can say what it is about these different things that can make them feel more or less secure. And oftentimes the physical security concerns are really tied to those the psychological piece too. I'm worried this could happen. It's distracting to me because I keep thinking about it. I'm wondering about who in my class might be, a potential danger. So even though buildings, again, statistically are incredibly safe, they are some of the safest place for our youth to be, relative to communities, even homes, other places. We still know that students recognize that harm can happen, and it's something that they think about. So I would say that you're kind of talking about both of them all the time. But then really when you are making choices and selections, I would just encourage folks, okay, this is how we are improving most likely physical safety at the kind of end stage. But what is the effect on our student psyches as well? And it might be minimal or it might be larger, and in which case you can also pair it with other approaches to make sure that students can feel supported.
Well, thanks so much for your time. I think it's very valuable for everybody in attendance and everyone involved. So thank you very much, Dr. Heinz. We appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
My pleasure. Again, feel free to reach out to us, or I'm also going to throw my email address in the chat. Would be happy to have any follow-up conversations if anybody's interested. Thank you so much again for having me, and have a great rest of your day.
You too. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, folks. So we are set to start at about 11 o'clock. So we're going to take about a 3-minute break. So if you want to step up, stretch your legs a little bit, we'll go on a 3-minute break and get back here at about 11, and we'll get started with our next speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. We're going to get rolling with our next session. We will be having a presentation on youth and youth eating disorders. So our third session focuses on eating disorders in youth. And so I'm honored to introduce our presenter, Dr. Kendrin Sonneville. She's an associate professor and associate chair in the Department of Nutritional Sciences at the U of M School of Public Health. She is a behavioral scientist and registered dietitian whose research focuses on preventing eating disorders among children, adolescents, and young adults. Dr. Sonneville uses a weight-inclusive framework to promote health and well-being while working to reduce body dissatisfaction in eating disorders. So I would love to welcome Dr. Sonneville.
Thank you for the introduction and for having me. I just want to make sure my sound is okay and you are seeing my slides.
Yes, it
Great.
looks good.
I love it when that happens. All right. All right. So the topic I will be talking about for the next 45 minutes or so relates to eating disorders and disordered eating in youth. I'm going to start with some kind of foundational content related to kind of eating disorder symptoms and symptoms of disordered eating, and how those kind of map on to what we think of as sort of classic eating disorders. I want to talk a bit about the impact. I think it's important to understand why I care about eating disorders and why I think it's critical for schools to be aware of the risk of eating disorders. So I will talk about that a bit. And then talk about risk factors, what the things that really set people up for being more at risk for having an eating disorder, because that really informs what we can do as schools and sort of more broadly as sort of community members or parents or sort of other roles that one might have, how we might be in a position to help prevent eating disorders. And then I'll finish with specifically the role of schools, which are multiple, what schools can do in the context of eating disorders and disordered eating among youth. And we, like I said, should have some time for questions at the end. And feel free to throw stuff in the chat too. I'm happy to address stuff as I go. By way of sort of kind of a broader introduction of myself, I am a dietitian by training and spent quite a lot of years treating young people with eating disorders. And I worked at Boston Children's Hospital for more than a decade doing that work. And what I saw and what I experienced was just a profound amount of suffering on the part of young people, their families, recognizing that those folks generally were pretty lucky because they were getting good treatment. But the more that I worked in treatment, the more I became really interested in prevention, early identification, trying to think about what we could do to make sure my patients never would have needed my treatment in the first place. Like, is there something we could have done earlier to sort of change their trajectory? And so it is that sort of clinical work that led me to public health. And I did my doctoral training in public health, and now I'm based in a school of public health at the University of Michigan. But because of that experience, I really think a lot about prevention and think about the whole spectrum of eating disorders and disordered eating, not just kind of the clinical treatable or the types of folks who end up getting treatment, but trying to think about kind of the broad spectrum of symptoms that may or may not evolve to full syndrome disorders. And so that will sort of be included throughout my presentation, that sort of like public health and kind of continuum, kind of that lens to this topic. And so I will start with focusing on symptoms of eating disorders and not full syndrome eating disorders or the diagnoses, because I think understanding the symptoms ends up being really helpful when we think about what are we trying to prevent and what are we trying to identify. So first I will offer this really very kind of general definition, and just a reminder that eating disorders are mental health disorders, and they sort of come with a few different components that make us worry about them in the context of youth. So there is persistent disturbance of eating or eating-related behavior. It comes with substantial distress. So it's stressful on the part of the young person. And there's lots of implications to those disturbances related to both physical health and psychosocial functioning. And so when I think about those symptoms, I really put eating disorder symptoms in one of 5 buckets. The first 3 being the behaviors, right? The behavioral symptoms that young people might engage in. Then there is the cognitive symptom related to how folks feel in their body. And then I will comment on weight loss or low weight, because that is the only physical symptom of eating disorders that is like necessary for diagnosis, but it is fairly atypical for a physical symptom to be part of a mental health diagnosis, right? We really should be thinking about kind of the behavioral burden and the cognitive load of an eating disorder. But for some folks with eating disorders, weight loss or low weight is part of their presentation, not the majority of cases, but for some. So I'll go through each of these in a little bit more detail of sort of what I mean about each of these symptoms. So loss of control eating is a term that we use to describe, the experience of a loss of control while eating, like you couldn't stop even if you wanted to, like a sense of helplessness, like a real like out of body experience while eating. In the kind of eating disorder field, we typically think about the sort of full symptom of binge eating. And what binge eating means is that there is that loss of control, but that happens when someone is eating an objectively large amount of food. So large amount of food, more than someone typically would have during that time, plus a loss of control. It is certainly possible that folks can feel out of control with food even when eating normal or relatively small amounts of food. But binge eating is that term that we use when we think of both overeating plus this experience of loss of control. The next category of symptoms are compensatory behaviors. And those are behaviors used to sort of compensate or to make up for food consumed. In the field, sometimes we divide those symptoms into purging or non-purging behaviors. The reality is that most young people who engage in compensatory behaviors tend to engage in a combination of purging and non-purging. So the distinction, it's a little bit of a distinction without a difference. But here it's the kind of behaviors that people will engage with to sort of undo things, and that classically looks like self-induced vomiting or laxatives or diuretic use. But these non-purging behaviors are quite common and perhaps are more common in boys versus girls. And so it's important to think about kind of the full spectrum of compensatory behaviors. And the first one is fasting, so not eating to compensate for food consumed. That is different from what we think of fasting, like intermittent fasting, where folks are sort of intentionally not eating for a long period of time. If it's not done as a sort of to compensate for what you had before, that is sort of a different type of fasting. So here we're thinking about I ate more than I wanted, and so to make up for that, I'm not going to eat for a certain amount of time. And then excessive exercise, compulsive driven, hyper exercise. There's lots of words to describe this, but exercise for the purpose of getting rid of or sort of burning off food. The next bucket of behaviors or symptoms fall under this restrictive eating category. And restrictive eating is a pretty kind of heterogeneous category. There's lots of ways that people restrict. Sometimes folks, when they restrict, are eating less energy, fewer calories, less food than their body wants or they know that they need for the explicit purpose of weight control. So that is under eating is sort of one form of this restrictive eating. There's also dietary restraint, where folks are thinking all the time about, I want to eat less, I'm trying to control my food intake, again, for weight control purposes. For some of those folks, they are sort of quote unquote successful and they actually do undereat. And for others, they don't end up eating that much different, but they're sort of engaged in this sort of like obsessional process of trying to undereat. Both of these are problematic behaviors. I put that on there, that it's not just undereating that is the problem. Being involved kind of cognitively in the sort of intent to do that also is a risky behavior. More recently in the eating disorder field, we're recognizing selective eating as a risk behavior. This is restriction of food based on food preferences, textures, aversions, without the goal of weight control. So picky eating, but picky eating that can feel really problematic or pathologic or that interferes with growth, that can also fall under this category. Moving next to the cognitive symptom, this is shape or weight concerns. There are, again, lots of ways that we can describe this symptom, but it really involves severe dissatisfaction or concern with one's body shape or weight more than what is normative. Unfortunately, weight concerns are pretty normative in our society, but there is a point to which it really interferes with function. It sort of has taken over and sort of dominates people's thought process. And when it gets to that level, we use the term weight shape overvaluation, where there's just an undue influence of body shape and weight on one's self-evaluation. So if you ask young people how they value themselves or how they rate themselves or sort of what, the ways in which they kind of view themselves, when weight and shape is sort of that primary way that they evaluate or they sort of assess their worth, that is when it has really gotten out of hand. And finally, for some eating disorders, we see weight loss or significantly low weight at the time, that eating disorder is discovered. It's important that it is that we're not only looking at significantly low weight, but that weight loss is part of this presentation, because many people start at higher body weights, and so we have to think about what is typical for someone, what is developmentally normal, considering their age, gender, developmental trajectory, their physical health status. So thinking about if they are at a low weight relative to themselves, no matter where that weight is. So we can take all those individual kind of symptom categories and then sort of zoom over to eating disorders that we define. And by we, I mean the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's the DSM. These are the sort of diagnosable eating disorders that currently exist. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about these diagnostic criteria because that is not your role, and that is actually not what's most important. It's sort of recognizing that these symptoms tend to cluster in sort of predictable patterns. People can have any combination of some of these symptoms, which is why we have these catch-all categories on the bottom of other specified feeding or eating disorders or unspecified feeding or eating disorder, to acknowledge that we see kind of these classic patterns, but there are truly endless ways that kind of these symptoms can affect people. And we want to be able to capture kind of any combination of those symptoms that really affect people's health and well-being and functioning. So the eating disorders, which probably in order of like most well-known to least well-known, that we are currently diagnosing as full syndrome eating disorders, are anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, binge eating disorder, and ARFID, or avoidant restrictive food intake disorder, which is the disorder that encompasses that selective eating that I talked about, food aversions, fear of vomiting, like real sort of kind of pathologic fear or food preferences that again interfere with functioning growth. And here I show how those different behavioral symptoms map on to those different eating disorders. And I put this here again because I like to think kind of from this more public health lens of, yes, there are these sort of predictable cluster of symptoms, but for most of these disorders, there is a lot of overlap. They're more alike than they are different. So for example, most eating disorders can involve some type of restrictive eating. In fact, most do. And it's just the combination of other presenting symptoms plus weight that sort of determines why someone might officially get a diagnosis of anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, binge eating disorder, or ARFID. And so again, thinking not as diagnostic categories, but thinking as symptoms, I think can be really useful. And just to highlight kind of that distinction between eating disorders and disordered eating, and just to speak a little bit about how common these things are. I have alluded to this quite a lot already, but just acknowledge that eating disorder symptoms and behaviors exist along a continuum. The full syndrome eating disorders, that I just showed you on the last slide, those are relatively rare. They really kind of represent the tip of the iceberg. And the best data that we have about full syndrome eating disorders suggests that they affect about 3 to 5% of adolescents. There are some kind of demographic trends related to who is more at risk or less at risk, and I'll talk about some of those in a bit. But I think here it's worth sort of noting that eating disorders can affect adolescents of all body sizes, backgrounds, genders. So it's useful to think about kind of anyone being at risk in sort of this kind of magnitude. Disordered eating, on the other hand, is quite a lot more common. Our best prevalence estimates for disordered eating among youth is somewhere between 15 to 20%, and that comes from a range of types of research studies that suggest it is actually quite common. And when we think again about these disordered eating symptoms, it's like those same symptoms that just don't quite meet diagnostic criteria. So we think of them as subthreshold, but just because something is subthreshold doesn't mean it is sub-serious. They can still really meaningfully disrupt physical and emotional health and functioning. And folks with disordered eating are certainly at risk for ultimately developing full syndrome eating disorder. So just a really important kind of population to be thinking about. So I'll put just a few slides here about impact. And, these slides can feel really kind of grim and scary because there are profound health impacts of eating disorders. So I will not spend too much time on them, but I think it's just important to highlight how serious these disorders are, because I think sometimes eating disorders relative to other mental health conditions can be minimized. We see that there is, for all mental health conditions, there is a treatment gap for young people, which means many people who have a mental health condition never get diagnosed or treated for that health condition. That gap is much higher for eating disorders than it is for things like anxiety or depression, for example. So it just makes me wonder, like, is there something about eating disorders that are just not taken as seriously as some other mental health conditions? And so I think it's worth, again, having a couple slides to highlight the extent to which these conditions can really affect almost every organ system in a young person's body. In terms of the short-term physical consequences, I mentioned the various organ systems and sort of highlight some key physical consequences that we can see with youth who have eating disorders. The types of consequences a particular individual is at risk for is really going to depend on what their symptoms are, right? Like what they're engaging in. But it could include disruption to growth or other endocrine issues like delayed puberty, menstrual dysfunction. The cardiac and cardiometabolic consequences can be those that are most serious and life-threatening: arrhythmias, severe bradycardia or slow heart rate, low blood pressure, which can, in really severe cases, increase risk of sudden cardiac death. GI symptoms are really common in folks with eating disorders, and they can range from inconvenient but like relatively benign. In the case of constipation, gastroparesis is slowed gastric emptying when folks' GI tract is just really slowing down and not digesting food appropriately because of an eating disorder. And then it could range up to risks of esophageal or gastric ruptures, which again can be life-threatening, and we see this most often in folks with bulimia nervosa. We can see metabolic consequences, particularly with electrolyte disturbances. We see this most in folks who are engaging in purging, either laxative use or self-induced vomiting. And then there is a risk of mortality for relative to all kind of mental disorders. Eating disorders has among the highest mortality rates. The highest mortality rate is in sort of the current times is for folks with substance abuse disorder, and that is risk kind of across all populations. But in young populations, particularly young women, it is eating disorders that have the highest mortality rate. So really important to think about those consequences when you're kind of interacting with youth. And just to note that when we think about mortality, there's a range of reasons why these disorders can be so lethal, and it includes death by suicide, complications of co-occurring substance abuse, or some of these acute medical events that I already mentioned. There's also long-term physical consequences related to the stress that comes from engagement in any one of the behaviors that I already talked through, and this can really affect the musculoskeletal system. Particularly bone density is a real concern for folks, particularly folks with anorexia nervosa, and it is really difficult to regain bone mass that is lost during critical adolescent windows. There are, again, these cardiometabolic consequences and gastrointestinal consequences that can become more chronic. And then finally, there's always questions and concerns about long-term implications to reproductive health related to unpredictable fertility, pregnancy complications, and kind of risk of long-term hormonal regulation that folks with long histories of eating disorders might experience. In terms of the school environment, eating disorders have a direct impact because folks with eating disorders are often deeply preoccupied with food and weight, and undernourished brains are not receptive to learning, to critical thinking. It is just kind of a profound impact on thinking that you might sort of see within your workspaces. So the kinds of consequences we worry about are impaired concentration, attention, ability to sustain mental effort, slow thinking, slower processing speed, poor working memory. And as I already mentioned, this increased preoccupation with food weight and body image just crowds out everything else. And this can also impact organization planning and decision making. In addition to some of these direct cognitive impacts, fatigue and sleep disturbance can also further impair academic functioning in folks with eating disorders. So next, I'm going to talk a little bit about risk factors. Again, with this, with the rationale that it's nice to know kind of who is at risk and what are some levers that we have or some tools that we have in terms of prevention, and sort of what are things that we might be able to sort of plan for when we're trying to create environments that are really supportive in the context of disordered eating and eating disorder prevention. So like all other psychiatric disorders, the etiology of eating disorders lies at the intersection of biology, psychology, and culture. And there are no, it's not possible to prevent every case of eating disorders. There are some genetic pieces, which I'll talk about in a second, that we can't sometimes override, but there are lots of modifiable risk factors that offer us a window into how we might prevent some of these cases. And again, knowing who's at risk can also really inform some of our early identification type programs. So as I mentioned, these are biopsychosocial illnesses, and I'll go through each of these briefly to sort of highlight kind of what we mean by these different risk factors. And some of them fall neatly into a category of biopsycho or social, but a lot of them sort of kind of blur these lines, but it just sort of highlights the range of factors we can be thinking about when understanding risk of eating disorders. So first, eating disorders are highly heritable. People with a family history of an eating disorder are much more likely to develop an eating disorder themselves. It's not that there is a single gene responsible. It's likely a combination of genes that we have yet to figure out. But these genes, the genes that are sort of interest that seem to be part of the picture relate to susceptibility to appetite dysregulation, stress response, personality traits. I'll talk about some of those personality traits in a minute. But having this family history is putting people at risk. And this is really an opportunity for prevention, is sort of families that know that that risk is there can think about what they can do specifically to identify cases early, or try to lean into opportunities related to some of these other modifiable risk factors. Biological sex, we know, is a risk factor for eating disorders. Specifically, girls and women are at increased risk. I also want to put a huge caveat here, is that the gender, the sex difference is not as big as most people think. I have seen very outdated statistics that say, eating disorders, or 1 in 10 cases of eating disorders affect boys and men. That is such an underestimation. The best data that we have suggests that it's about a 2.5 to 1 ratio, kind of girls to boys. And so, yes, girls are at greater risk, but our boys are at quite high risk also. And so important to kind of recognize that when we're thinking about kind of the population that we work with. Developmental stage, we also know relates to eating disorder risk. Obviously, the first one is the risk period that is most relevant to you all in terms of your professional roles. But puberty and menopause are both 2 windows of risk. And the reason that is probably multifactorial, but they both come with a profound change in, or sort of a profound hormonal shift, a profound change in body composition or growth, right? And that's really kind of challenging in an environment that has pretty narrow body ideals or beauty standards. Having kind of rapid changes in one's body can really throw people for a loop, for lack of a better clinical term. And then this is also a period where there is a lot of kind of self-comparison. And so these things really come together, seem to be like a perfect storm for increasing risk of eating disorder. So just knowing this, this window in kind of early to mid adolescence is a critical window for the onset of eating disorder cases. The next two risk factors, neurobiology and personality traits, they really speak to perhaps why some of these genetic kind of risk factors are so potent, because they kind of program our brains, right, and our personalities. And when we talk about neurobiology, we think about kind of these biological processes that underlie our thinking and behavior. And we see pretty notable differences in the neurobiology of folks with and without eating disorders. Specifically, folks with eating disorders have a different reward response, either hyper or hypo response to food, but they react differently to food than folks without eating disorders. We see folks with eating disorders having definite deficits in cognitive and executive control. And in terms of the decision-making network, delayed gratification, impulsivity, these are traits that are more common in folks with eating disorders than folks without. In terms of the personality traits, this is kind of individual difference in people's typical patterns of thinking or emotion or behavior across various situations. And these are the kind of the three behavioral traits that we see pretty consistently associated with eating disorders. It's negative emotionality, so just people who are kind of more predisposed to negative or unpleasant emotions. Behavioral inflexibility, which is the kind of inability to shift back and forth between tasks. And I think perfectionism is the one that folks have heard about a lot, that folks that have a high personal standard for themselves or are overly critical in their self-evaluation of themselves are at greater risk of eating disorders. For some people who develop eating disorders, they can pinpoint or specific triggering events or events around the time of the onset, or these folks may have a history of traumatic or stressful exposures. There are kind of a range of these traumatic experiences or stressors that we've seen in eating disorder research, but some of those that I think are best well studied relate to abuse, physical and sexual abuse, child mistreatment increases risk of eating disorders. Food insecurity there's a lot of research happening right now that shows folks who experience food insecurity are at much greater risk of developing eating disorders. Life transitions can be really stressful for folks, and we see onset of eating disorders around these transitional periods. One that is quite well described as folks going from high school to college, but anytime folks move or switch schools, that can be a time where we see kind of stress related to the transition, and bereavement is also known to be a factor in the onset of some cases of eating disorders. In terms of eating disorders prevention, most of our work focuses on this stuff, the body ideals, diet culture, kind of the soup that we swim in, the messages that people are inundated with in terms of how their body should look. Young people are so vulnerable to these messages because it's a time where you are really seeking out peer approval and sort of desires to conform are really, really high. And so having a society that really hammers home that there's a particular way to look really does a disservice to young people and to all of us for sure. In our society, by and large, the body ideal that is sort of held up is kind of a Eurocentric body ideal, so a thin, lean body ideal. Some folks have slightly different ideals depending on your context, your identities. We might see ideals that are slightly less thin, but almost all body ideals involve some sort of leanness or muscularity, and then some might have kind of more levels of muscularity. But the point is that there is ideal that tends to be really unattainable for most, and the extent to which a young person buys into that ideal, that really relates to their risk of eating disorders, right? We all see body ideals around us, and then there's a subset of people who see it and really kind of pull it in and think, if I looked like that, things would be better, life would be different. Like that is a worthwhile goal. So people really kind of pull it into their body as something that they should be striving for. The extent to which folks really are internalizing a particular ideal can lead to body dissatisfaction and dieting or weight control or sort of behaviors that are in service of achieving the ideal. And a lot of kids innocently flirt with dieting, like try to, do some things to change the way that their bodies look. And for some kids, again, they can diet and then stop dieting, and it doesn't really change their course too much. And for other kids, those behaviors really take hold and become more and more entrenched and more kind of obsessive. So this is when we have eating disorder cognitions that are really kind of ingrained in young people. So finally here I have peers, parents, and media. These are the vectors, or these are the culprits, or these are sort of the ways in which a lot of our sociocultural appearance ideals are transmitted. It's through peers, parents, and media that dieting norms, weight shape overemphasis, weight stigma is conveyed, social comparison is conveyed. Like these are the key players in harmful messages, and these are also key players in prevention, right? These are our levers that we can utilize, but this is what the literature has told us really primarily drives some of these weight shape messages. Is these three factors. I will introduce briefly, I don't want to be too college professory, but you notice that schools are not on there. But I'll talk about the role of schools in a second, because I think schools have an important role to play in sort of buffering the effects of all three of these sources, and are also interfacing with all three of these sources. But peers, parents, and media is really where most literature is sort of supporting this. These are the social cultural factors that are really shaping body image concerns and eating disturbances, and the extent to which, again, we are internalizing those ideals and making appearance comparisons. That is what sort of is driving these concerns. And this is a model that has been really well studied, that sort of highlights these three factors as our sociocultural influences lead to appearance ideals, appearance comparisons, body dissatisfaction, and the onset of eating disorders. And so when we think about prevention, we try to think about what is upstream, like what are these influences from peers, from parents, from media, where can we kind of break that arrow? I think it's important to think about, again, schools specifically as kind of levers or important opportunities to kind of challenge some of these more pernicious sources of information. And when I think pernicious, I'm looking at you, media, because I think they really have an outsized impact on conveying messages about body ideals. So the final section, I want to talk about the role of schools in all of this. So there are so many reasons why schools matter. And like I just mentioned, they're just uniquely situated between many factors that relate to eating disorders in youth. But kind of more broadly, I think the schools are important because they are interfacing with young people during this sort of critical window when we tend to see eating disorders emerge, like childhood and adolescence. That is when most cases are starting. There are some that onset later, but most are earlier in life. Schools are where young people spend much of their time, right? This is like a critical opportunity to be conveying messages of support because you just have access to the young people. And educators then are in a unique position to raise awareness, to identify concerns early, and to connect students with needed support and treatment. And so these various roles, I think, map onto prevention, identification, and care collaboration. So from a prevention standpoint, I'll talk about these in a little bit more detail on the next few slides. But when I think about prevention, I think about the environment and the extent to which the environment fosters self-acceptance and body inclusivity in an effort to address some of the more negative messages they may be hearing from peers, parents, and or media. Again, sort of thinking about that tripartite model, like where can schools intervene? Schools are also critically important in the identification process, so recognizing early warning signs of eating disorders. And for young people who do have eating disorders and are in treatment, there's a large care collaboration role where schools can partner with families, healthcare providers, and community resources to ensure coordinated care. So talk about those three different roles in a bit more detail, as I mentioned. The supportive environment, I think, makes a huge difference. And what I will, I'm like compelled to go off on a tangent on eating disorder prevention interventions. I'll try to keep it tight, but there have been a lot of eating disorder prevention interventions tested in school environment. And it's not that we need to be teaching about eating disorders in school. Like it does not prevent a case of eating disorders to teach young people like the criteria for diagnosis or the symptoms. Like the stuff I told you today, that is like not the stuff that is actually effective in the context of prevention. It is the environment, messages about weight and bodies, and building skills that allow young people to critically evaluate harmful messages that they are hearing from every source. Those are the prevention approaches that we know work. And so that's why the content on the slide is here is trying to think about the school environment as one that promotes inclusivity and really challenges unhealthy body ideals. So creating a supportive environment is one where where young people are accepted, irrespective of their body size, and there's nothing about their body size that should be qualifying or disqualifying for anything within a school environment. Materials should reflect body diversity, and there's a real opportunity to enforce anti-bullying and anti-weight teasing policies in schools to sort of acknowledge the specific harms that come from teasing related to appearance and specifically weight. In terms of healthy communication, and this can happen specifically within health education or in kind of any number of places in the school environment, messages should always focus on health and not weight. We don't know almost anything about a person's health or their health behaviors based on their weight. People come in good and bad health at all parts of the weight spectrum, and messaging that really pinpoints or kind of vilifies or pathologizes folks in particular sized bodies really sets people up for internalizing unhealthy messages about body size. So we want to kind of strip out any kind of judgment or assumption about weight from our language and instead use more inclusive, non-stigmatizing language when we're talking about health and bodies. And as I mentioned, the media literacy piece is critical to being able to interpret messages that are all around us that are conveyed through social media, for young people to think about who profits from this message, who profits from this ad, who profits from this image. What does this person actually look like? Like really allowing them to deconstruct why it is they are being fed certain content, because there are so many industries and people that profit when a young person has an unhealthy relationship with food in their bodies, and the extent to which folks can be aware of that in real time. Like this is compelling, but also someone is going to earn some money if I buy into this. Like that is particularly for kind of adolescents, high school age kids. It is really valuable to get them pretty angry at the ways that they're trying to be manipulated or folks are trying to manipulate them. In terms of identification, we know that early recognition leads to earlier support and better outcomes. So this is across the field of eating disorders, a challenge that we're always trying to address is how can we find cases earlier? And educators are often the first to notice emotional, physical, and behavioral changes. And on the next slide, I will sort of highlight some of the key changes we can always be looking for. But I want to note that symptoms can vary widely, and many students show few or no visible signs. And so it's useful to know warning signs, but also sometimes it will be a student self-disclosing or peers sharing their concerns, and not sort of frank signs that you might be able to see in a classroom, for example. I mentioned this earlier, but again, it's critical here to stay mindful of stereotypes or assumptions about who we think can develop an eating disorder. Eating disorders affect students of all sizes, genders, backgrounds, and it's it's quite common that folks who present in a stereotypical way are more likely to be identified. So thin white girls are those who are most likely to be diagnosed and treated for their eating disorders, because that is a stereotype that many people sort of unconsciously hold. And so I think that's something to always challenge, is that it can come in any shape, size, and gender. When you recognize or have concerns about disordered eating symptoms, these should be taken seriously. And, schools will have different established procedures for referral. But because of the benefits of early recognition, having those in place and sort of operating quickly when concerns are there is critical. We are prioritizing student safety and confidentiality throughout, and hopefully connecting folks with appropriate resources if and when some of these concerns are identified. So here I have a smattering of signs and symptoms of eating disorders, and they can be varied and variable. And again, not all people show the same symptoms, but in terms of the emotional symptoms, changes in attitude, academic performance, reduced classroom engagement, people just not acting like themselves, folks making disparaging comments about their bodies, expressing dieting or food avoidance, like, oh, I don't eat this food anymore, like kind of sort of changes in people's relationship or attitude or kind of rules around food. Folks who are engaging in disordered eating are often withdrawn, can experience symptoms of sadness, anxiousness, depression, and you may also see kind of dialed up symptoms of perfectionism or obsession in folks who have active symptoms. In terms of the physical symptoms, some people can have profound, rapid changes in their weights, and others will have no changes at all. But certainly, rapid changes in body weight is worth looking into, right? Not that we want to police our children's body sizes. Again, there's a real risk in doing that. But it is rare that if folks are following kind of a normal developmental trajectory, that you would have profound shifts. And if those shifts happen, I think it's worth kind of checking in to know that a doctor or someone else is sort of looking into that. GI symptoms are really going to be really common in folks with eating disorders. So pain, bloating, feeling full, fatigue, faintness, cold intolerance, dehydration, kind of blue hands or feet, dry hair, skin. All of these are pretty common in folks with eating disorders. And for folks who, typically folks who have anorexia nervosa who've lost quite a lot of weight, you may even see lanugo hair, which is like this fine, downy, like white hair that you can see like on folks' sideburns or arms, nape of their neck. It's sort of a body's response for kind of compensating for weight loss and trying to maintain core temperature, that folks can develop this type of fur. If you see something like that, that should be a real red flag that symptoms are probably pretty significant. And then a range of behavioral symptoms: skipping meals, hiding food, pretending to eat, people just changing the way that they eat pretty noticeably, excessive exercise, daily compulsive activity, folks who are getting to a track or a workout room, whatever spaces you have, kind of early and often in a way that they previously hadn't. Folks who are talking about food and bodies a lot, lots of trips to the bathroom after meals, baggy clothing to hide body shape. You will see that a lot in folks who are losing weight and don't want others to notice. And again, the carrying on food, avoiding cafeteria, just these sort of unusual or sort of changes in folks' relationship with how and when they're eating is important to be mindful of. So we talked about prevention, identification. Finally, I wanted to highlight care collaboration, that if you have a student with an eating disorder who perhaps needs to leave school temporarily for a higher level of care, for residential care or inpatient treatment, it's important to kind of understand what their care is going to look like when they return, because folks are not going from residential treatment to nothing. They often are sort of stepping down really gradually, and that is in support of better recovery outcomes, right? There needs to be a lot of treatment along the way, even after some of these admissions. And so it's useful to understand what's going to be required, what is the reentry plan, what type of flexibility can be offered in terms of academic workload or expectations to increase that student's chance of success. And this will require ongoing communication among everyone, family and staff and providers, folks at the school. Usually it's helpful to have a point person for monitoring progress and sharing updates, because these things can change quite a lot. trying to, again, figure out who is the person there who can make sure that they know who to go to if they're struggling during school hours, and so that there's kind of a plan in place for making that transition more manageable. I also wanted to note that when a young person has to leave school for eating disorder treatment, that is can be really stressful for their peers and their classmates and friends. And we certainly need to maintain confidentiality first and foremost, but sort of acknowledging that this can be stressful for the classmates, I think is also quite important. And this is an opportunity to provide general education on how to support a friend without breaching privacy. And to emphasize that they're not responsible for their friend's recovery, right? They are not treatment providers. They are not the ones that should be refeeding their friends, but that their job is to be friends, right? And to offer support and friendship. And I think peers and classmates would also benefit from opportunities to discuss emotions, coping strategies, and we can encourage them to seek help themselves if the presence of a good friend in this position is really kind of personally distressing. It's 11:45 on the nose. I feel so delighted. I often am so long-winded, so I'm happy to be running on time. So in summary, eating disorders are common in youth, can profoundly affect health, learning, overall well-being. And schools are uniquely positioned in many capacities to recognize those early warning signs, to support students who are struggling, and also to contribute to prevention. So thinking about early identification, evidence-based prevention, and clear supportive communication are essential elements of the role of school in creating an environment where folks feel kind of safe, where there is inclusivity in terms of the way that we talk about bodies, and that folks who are struggling are able to be connected to the resources they need as efficiently as possible. So with that, I might stop sharing my screen so I can see you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions folks have.
Right, we do have one. Thank you very much for that
Well,
presentation.
from a dietitian, I'd love to see it.
All right. Can you read it, Kendra?
Yeah, sure thing.
Go ahead.
How can we use more destigmatizing language when talking about food? I'm an RD for my district's food service department and nutrition education in the classroom, and want to use more neutral, functional language, but have trouble explaining in ways that are simple for the audience. This is like the best question and the hardest question on earth to answer. I gave a talk earlier in the week to a group of researchers that are studying ultra processed food. And we were, sitting in this question of how to talk about food not all being equal nutritionally, but without vilifying certain foods, right? There is so much harm that comes from when we have any sort of negative message attached to food, because young people are concrete thinkers, right? We can say, have more of this and less of this. A young person's brain interprets this is good, this is bad. And there's such sort of morality or kind of this all or nothing thinking that is layered on to messages that we do our best to communicate, right, in a nuanced way. And so all this to say is that I don't actually have a super good answer to your question, only that we talk about food in a way that acknowledges that food provides a lot more than just nutrition, that there are which is why we can't say this is good or this is bad, because some things may be nutritionally quite superior, but food also offers comfort, and it reinforces culture. And there's like economic or socioeconomic reasons why we pick certain foods, and there's sort of textural issues why we pick certain foods. And there's just a lot of value that food has that is separate from its nutrition. And so trying to think about a way to communicate that all food is inherently valuable, right? If it is nourishing people, if it's a part of your culture, it is valuable. And some have more nutrients than others, and to sort of have the food as inherently valuable as sort of the primary message. And when putting out messages, we think about what are the risks of our nutrition education messages. And I always think about 4 buckets of risk. One is what does this say in terms of like kind of the eating disorder risk? Like, how might this be interpreted by someone who's at risk for eating disorders? I think about how might this be interpreted by folks who are neurodivergent, have sensory sensitivities, have other disabilities that affect their ability to choose certain foods or prepare certain foods or open certain food packages. So thinking about kind of disability and access issues. I think about folks of lower means and the sort of socioeconomic implications of eating higher quality foods in terms of nutrition is that they're often more expensive, and fed is best is like a weird figure of speech to use because we often think about that in the context of like infant feeding, but prioritizing that fed is best, fuel is best, that it's you have enough food on board to be able to think and participate. That's number one, and then we can tinker with nutrition afterwards. And the final risk group, I just think about how those messages get conveyed to families and family stress, that if we're sort of promoting a particular way of eating, that is often putting a lot of burden on families and often mothers to prepare food in a certain way. So just always kind of have that lens of this nutrition message, who is going to benefit and who are the groups that might be harmed, and trying to kind of dial down any sort of extreme messaging when it comes to food.
Thank you. Do we have another one just popped up?
Yes, you mentioned teaching about what eating disorders are and how they're diagnosed is not necessary. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a great question. So I use the a story and an analogy. So I used to work at a high school when I was living in Boston, and there was a young person who I worked with there who said a couple years ago, this was before I worked there, said, "You brought in a doctor who gave a presentation on the diagnostic criteria for eating disorders. And I sat in the audience and I used it as a checklist. I just heard it. It was like, yes, it was like the way that it was internalized by an eating disorder brain is like, that's me. I can do this more. Is that giving people these sort of criteria and focusing in on this is what folks do who really care about their body size. Like there's so much risk of, sort of planting ideas when you do that. And then the analogy I use is if we're doing like cancer prevention, we don't talk about the diagnostic criteria for cancer, right? We talk about smoking and stress and fruits and vegetables and other environmental exposures. And so really kind of dialing down to what are these modifiable risk factors? That is where the most effective prevention work happens, is like in this media literacy space. That is what is most effective. And there is certainly, like in the presentation today, recognizing early warning signs in the context of how to support students in your school or how to help a friend. Like there is value in knowing the signs and symptoms, like some of those, actually those signs, but not necessarily like the specific behaviors. I do think though, that I tend to put the burden on recognizing these symptoms on adults, like having parents and doctors and educators and school staff, those getting the education about the signs and symptoms rather than young people. That seems like kind of a safer way to sort of divide and conquer. And there are perhaps some environments that can be really high risk, like some teams where there is sort of a culture where risk is perhaps higher, having some information about how what to do if you suspect your friend has an eating disorder, providing that type of education, I think can be useful in some of those high risk contexts.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have one for you. I've been a coach in a lot of capacities, sports coach for lots of years. I'm a high school girls track coach, and I've run into this a few times.
Yeah.
And I bet we have some coaches in the audience, but
Mhm.
there are certain sports that seem to have a higher prevalence. Like, how do
Yeah.
you navigate? Because there are certain things like gymnastics where there's a visual component of how
Yep.
things are scored. Then you have wrestling where there's weight,
Yep.
where they're encouraged to do that. How do you navigate that?
Yeah, I mean, this is like decently well described of these sort of like buckets of types of athletics that come with higher risk. Those that have, as you say, like the visual kind of judging components of the gymnastics, the diving, folks with sports with weight classes, like the crews and the wrestling. And then there's some of these endurance sports, so particularly distance running and swimming, where there is a mindset of like thinner is winner or like that kind of energy that can also be pretty toxic in a team environment. And that said, there's plenty of people who engage in those sports that do fine, but it's just sort of a risk kind of group. And I think as a coach, really setting a message. I think wrestling we can put aside because that one is a little bit sort of trickier because weight is sort of part and parcel of conversations related to competition. But in others, right, sort of having messages that weight and performance are not as closely tied to each other than most people think, and that kind of strength and nutrition and being properly fueled is what the focus is, and not sort of making any assumptions that being at a different weight would be better. Because once students think that I would be more successful at this thing if my body size were different, then sort of things go awry. And what's really useful about athletes is that they are really driven, and that in service of being successful in their sport, if you could sort of use that for good and have them sort of fueling themselves well rather than fueling themselves for thinness, they're a really receptive audience for kind of general nutrition education and sort of support. But having to be really mindful of some team cultures can get really toxic, right? If there's a lot of disordered eating or food talk or fat talk in a team environment, I think it can be really useful to bring in someone from the field, someone from the outside to really kind of reorient that culture, because there's only so much a coach can do when those conversations are happening all the time. I think in terms of weight classes and wrestling, I think there has been movement to try to identify safer practices related to when those weights are happening, and I think that is a place where there's a lot of kind of policy options to really disincentivize people from doing any sort of kind of rapid weight change in preparation for a competition.
Yeah, thank you so much. Looks like we have one more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, diet stressed me out also. Yeah, again, when particularly for kids in sports, I think setting the message that dieting can look like a lot of things, and I don't want to pathologize that everyone that is trying to eat well for something is doing it in like a terrible way. But with adolescents, I can't help but worry. But when we think about dieting, if we think about reduction, if dieting means having less than you need, it is you are not building muscle when you are losing weight, right? When you're underfueled, building muscle is your body's absolute last priority. And so it's just sending the message that if what is important is to be fueled and strong, this is not the time, right? Like this is not the time to be not giving your body what it needs. And that if you want to be fueling for your sport and fueling for strength, that means having enough. Like that is sort of issue, like that's priority number one when it comes to sports nutrition. So I think trying to find sort of gentle ways to say that message, like not now, not in season. And you can worry about the dieting off season, that can be sort of pushed to another day. But if they are really trying to succeed in their sport, they need to be keeping their, they want to be building muscle and sort of maintaining what they have and not dropping, certainly.
Outstanding. Well, yeah, there is so much to talk about here, but
Yeah.
we are out of time, I guess.
But I stand between you and lunch, so.
Yeah, we have a lunch coming up. So thank you so much for your time, and that was a great presentation. I think very relevant to everybody here. So thank you so much, Kendra.
Yeah, I appreciate the invitation. Thanks.
All right, well, have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
All right, and with that, we are going to head off to a lunch break. We will be starting at 12:45. So lunch break ends at 12:45. So we will be getting back on then. So have a great lunch, and we will see you soon. Okay, welcome back. Hope everybody.
How are you?
Hi, Dr. Eagle. We are back from our lunch. So we're going to get rolling here right at 12:40. It's 12:45. So welcome back. It's my honor to introduce one of our founders of Project Healthy Schools, Dr. Kim Eagle. Dr. Eagle is the Albion Walter Hewlett Professor of Internal Medicine and Director of Cardiovascular Center at the University of Michigan Health System. 21 years ago, after noticing the alarming increase in childhood obesity and other preventable cardiovascular risk factors, Dr. Eagle was compelled to contribute with a solution in 2004 through the co-founding of Project Healthy Schools, and he is here to give us a message. I'll introduce Dr. Kim Eagle.
Thank you, Jacob. Nice to see you all. I'm sorry I'm not with you in person, but really appreciate a chance to say hello. You know, if you think about the journey that we've been on, it's 20 years now. Um, and we have been steadily trying to think about how we improve the health of 12-year-olds throughout our state. I'm just thrilled with the impact of the program and the fact that we've been able to reach, nearly 160,000 Michigan youth with messages that hopefully will allow them to find better health and maybe affect their families as well. And obviously, the journey wouldn't happen without the team that we have that helps create Project Healthy Schools and evolve it, and particularly the champions that are in the schools doing the work. I think it was Martin Luther King said the life's most persistent and urgent message is, what are you doing for others? And the school champions, you're the ones who are doing it. And I can't tell you how much I admire you and respect you for helping this chance, taking the baton and working with our team to find better solutions for kids' health. I think one of the jewels of the program is the fact that this is a true partnership between the community and our program. And we evolve the program based on your ideas and the ideas of the kids that we try to work with. And never-ending improvement is our goal. So please, as we work together, if you see opportunities for us to improve, we should do that. This is the only way we can go forward. Was it Einstein who said the only constant in the universe is change? And change is active in our environment, and it's social, political, you name it. And if we don't evolve with how we manage Project Healthy Schools, we won't survive. And we want to both survive and thrive. And if possible, we'd like to continue to grow and reach more children. I, for one, have found that this program has been one of the highlights of my life because I know what it means. I take care of adults with cardiovascular disease, and I know what a lifetime of risk factors can mean to a person's chances for both a healthy life and a long life. And this is the kind of a program that has a chance to reverse trends in society that lead to sedentary behaviors and poor eating habits, you name it, and all those things that come later in life. I would like to make myself available to any of you at any time. This is a program that I absolutely adore. I will continue to raise money for it. I'll fight for it as long as I'm alive. And I'm just really happy to be a part of a team that has the privilege really of working with schools and the champions to try to make this happen. And let's continue to work and let's get better. And if I can help you, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. And I'm happy to take any questions, Jacob, if you wanted to offer that, or if you're on a tight time frame, I'm happy to move along and see my next patient.
We have a few minutes, Dr. Eagle. We'd be happy to do that. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Eagle about the big picture of our program?
I think I saw Heidi maybe is on this Zoom. I wanted to welcome her. Very excited to meet her.
Yes, so are we. Trying to look at the chat here to see if we have anybody typing in.
Hey, Heidi.
I think you're muted, Heidi.
I think you're muted, but I'm reading your words, and I think you're saying you're excited to meet us all.
Reading. Is she? Can we unmute her?
She is unmuted.
Oh, for some reason.
That's what she said. I unmuted.
Oh, for some reason we can't hear you.
But you can hear us.
All right. Well.
Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy your day, and thank you for a chance to say hello, and really the privilege of being involved in this program. 2 decades. We're going strong. Obviously, the data speaks for itself. We know the program has impact, and let's just continue to evolve it in a way that is even more effective for particularly the students that we reach. Thank you again for the time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Eagle. Thanks for your time.
Bye-bye.
Okay, so we do have about 10 minutes before our next presentation. So I know it's right after lunch. It's kind of that midday lull. So I'm gonna actually send it over to my colleague, Colleen Green, who's kind of our mindfulness specialist, and we'll do maybe a quick little refresh.
Okay, great. All right, everyone. Knowing what you all are, teachers, just like us, right? We're running around doing things. I bet most of you grabbed a quick lunch, but did 6 other things. I'm just saying that's how teachers and folks like this roll, right? So we're going to take just a few seconds right now, maybe a little bit more than that, and do a little bit of mindfulness, because it's really important that we take some time for ourselves every day. It could be a minute, it could be 15 minutes, it could be an hour, it could be whatever. And whatever you do is wonderful, however you choose to honor yourself. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a little bit of mindfulness. So what I'd like folks to do is you're sitting down probably. Let's make sure your feet are flat on the ground, please. I'd like you to just settle in your chair and go ahead and gently let your eyes close. And let's start by focusing on your breathing. Don't change your breathing right now, but just focus on it. Are you breathing deeply or are you breathing shallowly? Are you breathing rapidly or are you breathing slowly? Now what I'd like you to do is put your hand on your belly, and we're going to do a little bit of belly breathing. So when we inhale, I'd like your belly to inflate, and when we exhale, I'd like your belly to deflate. Now we're going to do this for a count of 5. 5 inflate, 5 deflate, okay? So inhale and inflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, deflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, inflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, deflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, inflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, deflate, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now continue with the breathing, but I'd like you to picture yourself in your favorite place, that place in the world where you feel at your very best. Some people think of the mountains or the beach or even a favorite room. Picture yourself in that location. Let's tour the various sensory aspects of this location to make it a little more vivid in your mind. What do you see in that favorite location? Do you see nature? Do you see water? Do you see favorite people? What do you see in that favorite location? What do you hear in that favorite location? Do you hear sounds of nature? Do you hear children laughing? Do you hear music? What do you hear in your favorite location? What do you smell in that favorite location? Do you smell the ocean? Do you smell flowers? What do you smell in that favorite location? What do you feel on your skin? Do you feel the warmth of the sun? Do you feel water from the ocean? What do you feel on your skin? Continue to tour your favorite location and notice yourself becoming more calm, relaxed, and content. Assure yourself that you can come back to this location anytime you want or need to relax. Take your time, but when you're ready, feel free to open your eyes and rejoin your world. So hopefully you all feel a bit relaxed and focused and ready for the afternoon because we have a couple more great presentations coming up. Jacob?
Thank you, Colleen. I, for one, am always tentative to join those activities, but I'm always glad I did. So thank you so much for that. All right, we are ready to move forward into our next session. Our next session turns to cardiovascular health and how it relates to young people. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Robert Solomon. Dr. Solomon is a clinical assistant professor at the Division of Cardiovascular Medicine and Associate Director of Community Experience and Outreach for the U of M Health Frankel Cardiovascular Center. A native of Metro Detroit, he attended Hampton University and Howard University for his undergraduate and his medical school education, respectively. Completing his residency training in internal medicine at Henry Ford Hospital, he then went on to finish the cardiovascular disease fellowship training at Ascension St. John's Hospital before returning to Henry Ford Hospital to complete his advanced heart failure and transplant fellowship training. Dr. Solomon joined University of Michigan Health in August of 2023, and as a member of Michigan Medicine, his clinical interests include general cardiology, heart failure with preserved ejection fraction, and
amyloidosis.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that one. His additional interests include patient health literacy and community outreach. He joined the PHS program in fall 2025 through his professional collaboration with PHS founder Dr. Kim Eagle at the University of Michigan. So I would love to welcome Dr. Solomon.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Nice to meet everyone. Good afternoon. If you all could give me one brief moment, I can bring up my slide set here and we can jump right in. As stated, my name's Robert Solomon. I'm a cardiologist at Michigan Medicine. I've been here for a couple of years, have several interests, but today I'll be talking specifically about screen time and how it relates to cardiovascular health in our youth. So as we go forward, I don't have any conflicts of interest to disclose. So we'll be talking about a couple of different things today. We'll be doing a brief introduction, go over some statistics as it relates to screen time and cardiovascular health. We'll briefly delve into the science of cardiovascular health as it relates to screen time and kind of like the biologic pathways that lead up to the deleterious cardiovascular effects, some intervention that we can do, and a quick wrap up. So diving right in, modern day advancements in technology have been greatly impactful for humanity. That's something that we don't really need to delve too deeply into, right? It's obvious, when you take a look at how we learn, how we interact with each other, both professionally and casually. Technology has completely changed humanity, as opposed to 30, 40 years ago. Specifically, we'll be talking about how it affects learning. in our adolescents and our youth population. So when we talk about screen time, what exactly do we mean? There are different definitions of screen time. There are different types of screen time. There's obviously academic screen time where you could be on a device in class, looking at a screen, going over, mathematics or science or English. You could go over a variety of different things. The screen time can have academic purposes. There's obviously recreational screen time. Laying on your couch, sitting in the car before you leave work, and you're just scrolling through your TikTok or your Instagram or Facebook or whatever, recreational screen time. There's passive screen time, which kind of melds in a little bit with recreational screen time. And that's a screen time that more so involves things being directed to you. So not much effort on your part, but information, data, things are being given to you without much required on your end. And then there's interactive screen time. So this also can kind of meld in with academic a little bit, but interactive screen time more so involves you physically engaging with that material. Again, whether it's something academic or if it's recreational, like a virtual reality game. Like if you're playing Wii tennis or Wii bowling or something like that, that is a screen time that's more interactive. So, with different devices can we actually see um, things on? Obviously, your phone, that's culprit number one when it comes to screen time. There's laptops, tablets, different types of screens, including TV screens, screens like projector screens that you may have in your classroom. There are a variety of different devices that we can use that would expose us to screen time. Time specifically is one of the things that is a little bit more variable. So it's more of a moving target. Specifically, the American Academy of Pediatrics, back in 2016, they had guidelines that gave specific indications for what was a preferred screen time. But more recently, as you can see over here, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but as you can see over in this section, it describes that there was a change made more recently. And the gist of the change is that their focus is not on necessarily the quantity of time, but more so considering the quality of screen time. That's the thing that they felt was more important to focus on, which is completely understandable because, again, screen time may vary. 30 minutes of, laying in your bed scrolling through Facebook does not necessarily equate to 30 minutes of you going over, long division on your screen. So I think that there has to be a differentiation that's made when we discuss the impact of screen time. But if you do like a quick Google search, if you do a literature search, most literature that you'll run into usually or typically cites 2, 3, 4 hours as being deemed high amounts of screen time. Oftentimes, they'll differentiate or group them into 30 minutes to 1 hour as low, 1 to 2 hours as moderate, and 2+ hours as high. One specific study cited an average of 22.8 hours a week for adolescents. This was a survey that these adolescents filled out. They self-reported their amount of screen time, and they gave themselves about 22, close to 23 hours a week of screen time. So if you do, your quick division there over 7 days, and again, you could differentiate it between screen time during the weekday where you'll be exposed to screens at school versus the weekend. But that's a couple of hours a day that adolescents or our youth are spending on their screens. So why is this important? Typically, you're not looking at a screen and being active. Again, we did mention that there is an interactive component in some instances with screen time, but most of the time when you are on a screen, you're sedentary. You're you're not really doing too much. So the sedentary lifestyle that's associated with screen time can lead to and has been associated with poor health, both cardiovascular and non-cardiovascular, and the development of poor habits. Specifically, when we talk about poor health, um, the non-cardiovascular aspects of poor health, we're more so talking about like the mental aspect of it. So like your anxiety, depression, things like that. Um, as it concerns poor habits, that's especially worrisome, especially around this time frame, around this age group. These are very formative years. These are important years. So we have noticed that, the time, the effort, the desire for screen time can definitely go on to shape our youth's perspectives, their priorities, their relationships. Um, that's why the screen time is so important and so impactful on our youth, and the development of poor habits in this time period definitely could be something that's bad to the point where it could influence them for the rest of their life or for meaningful portions of their lives, especially as they go forward for higher education, like per se in college, for instance. Um, Moving on to our statistics portion, there was a pretty extensive survey that was done by the National Health Interview Survey. I don't know if you guys can see again my cursor here, but back in July 2021 to December of 2023, this survey collected data from 12 to 17-year-olds, close to 2,000 participants. And these youth gave their report of how much screen time they had amongst other different things. And the data, the information that was found from this survey has gone on to shape recommendations from a lot of different organizations thus far. What's particularly important about this survey is that you'll notice the time frame, 21 to 23. What was going on during that time? COVID. So that's one thing to consider as a potential confounding factor with the data that I'll talk about in a minute, is that that was an unusual circumstance. That was an unusual timeline. Um, an additional thing to consider, however, in counterpoint to that is post-COVID, even though, technically, COVID is still around, obviously, but post, peak pandemic, a lot of the habits developed during that time, a lot of the lifestyles developed during that time haven't necessarily reverted back to pre-COVID. So one could make the understandable presumption that the data that we found during that peak COVID years isn't necessarily too different than what we see in modern day or present day. So as we can see here, one of the big demographic charts from this survey outlined the different ages, the different racial components, the whether the participant lived in a metropolitan or non-metropolitan area, their parents' level of education, their family's income, and I think we can gather some interesting data from this set. So when we look at particularly or specifically overall with these participants, close to 50% of this close to 2,000 cohort said that they spent over 4 hours daily on their screens. That's a lot. As we stated earlier, 2, 3, 4 hours is widely considered to be a high amount of screen time. So 12 to 14, 15 to 17 overall, over half of those participants spent a high amount of time on their screens. A slight tilt towards a female gender for this cohort, predominantly African Americans at 60%, and also a slight tilt towards those that live in metropolitan areas as well. When we look at the level of education of parents and family income, you'll note that those a little close in terms of family income, those um, as regards to the poverty level, uh, slightly tilted towards those under. And in terms of parents' level of education, 55% noted some college or less. As we move on to another chart that we have here, it kind of just breaks. This is a different graphical presentation of one of the other tables that they had in that survey. But one of the things to quickly summarize it that you'll notice is that um, those that had 4+ hours of screen time basically had some sort of what we would consider a deficiency, whether that's infrequent physical activity, irregular sleep routines, weight concerns, not feeling well rested, not being feeling as though they have an appropriate amount of strength training. That's the gist that you can get from this graph is that the orange bars that we see here, which equate to 4+ hours of screen time, are all greater than the blue, representing some sort of deficiency that the participant felt that they had. One thing that and that we'll talk about a little bit later in this hour, one of the things that I want to point out specifically is this infrequently well rested and irregular sleep routine. Why is this important? Not only is that bad, obviously, in terms of your health, if you're not getting a full night's rest, but that plays a role in how you will be able to learn that morning, that afternoon in a school setting. So it creates a vicious cycle where you're not getting the best that you can out of your educational time. And then you go home, get on the screen for 2, 3, 4 hours. That starts to eat into your sleep time. You wake up and you repeat that same cycle again. That's one of the things that I found personally interesting, and one of the things that we'll talk about a little bit more. Furthermore, again, all the orange bars you'll see are greater than the blue bars, which would represent under 4 hours of screen time. And as we touched on a little bit earlier, depression, anxiety, feelings of insufficient support, whether that's support from their peers or support from different social and emotional structures in their life, people with more screen time felt that they had deficiencies in those areas. Now, again, as we consider these numbers, specifically for like peer support and social and emotional support, one could argue, the time spent on the phone or on the tablet or, on a screen in general is what is contributing to that feeling of lack of support. So perhaps if you take time away from that, you won't have that feeling of support. So others would argue that the innate feeling that I don't feel supported or I don't have a good structural support system, hence I'll get on my phone to find that support, to look for that support. That's another argument that one could make. But I think that's just, as we delve into these numbers, to try and avoid just taking them solely at face value, but to try and dig a little deeper. And is it a chicken or egg sort of phenomenon that's occurring? But overall, when you look at a lot of the studies that have been done, whether it's domestically or internationally, the big overall kind of point that you'll find is that screen time poses a health risk for these patients, for these participants, for our youth. The increased amount of screen time, whether it's in the United States, whether it was in Europe, some studies that were done in South America, like Brazil. One common factor in all of those locations was that a health risk was posed with longer durations or increased frequencies of screen time. When we look at a couple of specific studies in general, there was a pretty good systemic review. This looked at 235 studies spanning over 71 different countries. The author, one of the main authors was Mark S. Tremblay, who had a couple of different publications around the subject. But basically, this systemic review gave evidence that screen time could be a distinct cardiovascular factor that was separate from just low exercise alone. It gave credence to the fact that higher duration, increased frequency of screen time was associated with higher cardiometabolic risk scores, lower fitness, and increased adiposity. So when we look at this study that examined the relationship between sedentary behavior and health indicators, and by health indicators, we mean like labs, we mean labs as in like cholesterol, diabetes markers, things like that. And also other health indicators like waist circumference, body mass index or BMI, things like that. In these age groups, spanning up to 17 years old, they were all at increased risk. Another study that was published earlier this year, again, gave credence to the fact that screen time was associated with cardiometabolic and cardiovascular risk. Specifically, one thing that it noted was a correlation with shorter sleep duration. So, like we mentioned earlier, there definitely does appear to be some sort of correlation with shorter sleep durations, screen time, and cardiovascular health. Another study surveyed almost 4,500 children, and it found an association between their self-report of their screen time with type 2 diabetes screen markers. It found strong associations between screen time, adiposity, and insulin resistance. So, again, the general overarching theme is these sedentary behaviors that seem to correlate with increased screen time seem to increase our use risk of different cardiovascular risk factors, whether that's increased blood pressure, whether that's type 2 diabetes, whether that's obesity. There is a correlation between these factors that we should acknowledge. So as we delve into the science a little bit, okay, seems like it's a pretty basic thing to conclude. If you're sitting down for most of the day on your phone, not active for most of the day, you probably won't be as healthy as someone that isn't. But there is some pretty solid data, specifically as regards the pathophysiologic pathways that proves this is the case, and it's not just necessarily a coincidence per se. So there are a couple of different pathways that have been theorized to explain this. There's a sedentary pathway, a sleep disruption pathway, and a neuroendocrine stress pathway. So we'll take some time to go over each of these three. So when we take a look at our sedentary pathway, there are a couple of different factors that contribute to increased cardiovascular risk. First being a reduced use of skeletal muscle. So your skeletal muscle, your biceps, your triceps, your calves, etc. When those are being utilized, they need energy, they need food, they need resources to help them continue to do what they need to do, their job of contraction. So what is their energy resource? It's glucose, it's sugar. That's something that obviously we can eat ourselves, which is sprinkled in everything that we eat these days. But also our body makes sugar. The liver specifically, it makes glucose. So when we look at people that have reduced use of their skeletal muscle, therefore that means that they will have decreased or impaired glucose uptake. Their muscles aren't uptaking that glucose, that sugar that it normally would. Increased sugar or increased glucose in the bloodstream means an increased risk of diabetes. So that definitely makes sense. If you're not utilizing that skeletal muscle by engaging in physical activity, that sugar is not going to be absorbed. It will just be hanging out in the blood vessels and it can wreak havoc from there. Decreased energy or caloric expenditure. So again, a lot of fancy words just to say not being active leads to increased BMI, increased body mass index. Why is this important? The more tissue that you have, the more fat tissue that you have, or just tissue in general, because this includes even if you have more muscle tissue. But the more tissue that you have means your heart has to work harder. Your heart has to work harder to supply that tissue with blood and oxygen. So if you do have an increased BMI, increased body mass index, your heart has to work harder. Your heart has to work harder if you're carrying around more weight. So I often tell my patients that are obese, imagine yourself wearing a 25-pound backpack or a 50-pound backpack or a 75-pound backpack, and you're doing everything around the house with that backpack. You're going up and down steps with that backpack. You're walking around the store every day with that backpack. Um, you're not going to feel well. Your heart's going to be working harder. You're going to be more short of breath. You're not going to have as much energy. And it again creates a cycle where, hey, I'm finding myself, lugging this backpack up this flight of stairs to get to class. Maybe I just won't do as much anymore. I'm getting tired doing that. That creates the vicious cycle of spending more time on your screen, spending more time being sedentary, which will again equate to decreased energy and caloric expenditure, increasing your BMI, creates a vicious cycle. Poor blood flow. So again, if you're not utilizing your muscles, if you're not getting that heart rate up by participating in physical activity, you'll have impairments in your vasculature, your arteries. Specifically, you won't have shear stress. So if you guys can appreciate my cursor again, when blood is flowing through your artery, it creates a force on what's called the endothelium. The innermost part of your artery is lined with those endothelial cells, and that leads to your body secreting something called nitric oxide, which would lead to vasodilation or relaxation of those blood vessels. But if you're not having that stress on the artery, if that artery isn't releasing nitric oxide, you'll have endothelial dysfunction. A long way of saying that increases your risk of high blood pressure. Your artery isn't relaxing, it's not dilating, but it's staying stiff, it's staying hard, it's staying constricted and tight. And that can increase your chances of high blood pressure. Prolonged sitting. I actually did a project on this when I was in med school, and there is an association between sedentary lifestyle, sedentary behaviors, and prolonged sitting. A lot of patients that meet this criteria also have increased inflammation in their body. Long discussion, a lot of pathways that kind of lead up to that, but basically that prolonged sitting creates an inflammatory state. And you don't have to be a doctor to understand that inflammation for most things is bad. So inflammation inside of your body is probably not a good thing either. So prolonged sitting can increase inflammation. It also can cause a state of autonomic dysfunction. So specifically, one of the things that I see a lot of times is something called POTS, which is postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, and it falls under the umbrella of pathologies or diseases that fall under the umbrella of autonomic dysfunction. So what does that mean, basically? Your autonomic nervous system, the things that you normally don't have to think about doing, breathing, blinking, things like that, your nervous system automatically does those activities for you. So there have been some studies that have theorized that the increased inflammation from prolonged sitting and a couple of other different pathways as well leads to autonomic dysfunction, which could cause a host of problems, usually being like blood pressure issues or dysregulation of hot, cold, heart rate dysfunction, where it feels like your heart rate is going too fast, for instance. It basically creates a system of imbalance, of dysfunction. Looking at the biological pathways again, in terms of sleep disruption, a lot of people may be familiar with the hormone called melatonin. You could buy this at in pill form at like Walmart or Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, things like that. It's a natural hormone that your body produces to help regulate your sleep-wake cycle. So typically, when you see the bright light of the sun, your body makes less melatonin. You're supposed to be in an awake state. But when you turn off the lights, when the sun goes down, the moon is up, it's dark outside, that stimulates your body to make more melatonin. But as we mentioned, with all the advancements of technology today, typically we still see the sun, even though it's nighttime. We see the sun in the form of blue light. That blue light can suppress our melatonin and make us stay in an awake state. So that kind of correlates back to what I mentioned earlier from that survey, that NHIS survey, where a lot of people spent 4+ hours on their screens and had dysregulated sleep cycles. Um, a lot of that comes from blue light suppressing their melatonin. Um, your circadian rhythm, again, the kind of system that helps regulate your sleep-wake cycle, can be altered, and that can lead to higher blood pressure in the morning. And also, you can have your REM sleep disturbed. You can have reduced REM sleep, and that negatively can impact your metabolic regulation. So, often what I tell people is that when you're asleep, you're supposed to be recharging. You're supposed to be plugging yourself in to recharge for the night. But if you have something that's disturbing that sleep, typically in my practice, that's because people aren't wearing their CPAP mask if they have something called sleep apnea. But in this group of patients, our adolescents, it's because they're, looking at their screen. The last thing they see before they go to bed is a phone screen or a TV screen or a tablet or a laptop or computer. They're trying to finish that paper, before midnight, or they're scrolling Instagram to see what they missed that was talked about at school during the day, or they're catching up with their favorite TV show. That last burst of blue light can lead to decreased melatonin, which will therefore make it harder for them to go to sleep, make it hard for them to get restful sleep, and then lead to the cycle of them having trouble when they're in class the next day. Neuroendocrine stress, this pathway, screen time leads to kind of like an arousal state, whether it makes you like happy, whether it makes you angry, whether it makes you fearful. It creates an arousal state of some sort, of some type. So this ramps up what's called your sympathetic nervous system, which leads to an increase of different hormones in your body, specifically cortisol and catecholamines, in layman's terms, stress hormones. And these stress hormones get you into that um, fight or flight kind of instinct, as many people are familiar with that. And that can lead to an increased heart rate, increased blood pressure. Basically, it creates a sense of a tense sensation for you. Even if it's something that you're like watching a comedy show or something, it's something that's arousing your baseline state, that's increasing your sympathetic nervous system. Delving a little bit more into the um, mental and psychological effects. and as how it relates to cardiovascular effects. Increase caloric intake. That's an easy one. If you're spending more time, just sitting down, again, being sedentary, you may be more likely to spend that time also eating, snacking. Sometimes, depending on what you're exposing yourself to, again, whether it's something that's anxiety provoking or stress provoking, fear provoking, it may kind of motivate or induce a type of stress eating. Um, Stress hormones from anxiety, from fear, from discomfort um, can be increased as well. And again, those increased stress hormones put stress on the heart rate, put stress on the blood pressure. And it creates kind of a cycle of addictive tendencies as well. So you have reduced desire to be more physical. You're getting um, what you need in terms of like dopamine, for instance. You're being pleased by what you're seeing on the screen. You may not feel that it is necessary to be as physically active as maybe you should be. You may not feel it's necessary to, go to that youth sporting event or really participate in a recess or physical education activity because you're getting what you need, quote unquote, from the screen itself. So all of those things relate back to our physical health. I think sometimes um, not even a youth or not even adults or even practitioners of medicine appreciate the kind of interplay between physical and mental health and how they impact one another. So I think that's one thing that we always should consider is that your physical health can impact your mental health and vice versa. Your mental health definitely can impact your physical health and cause physical manifestations, whether it's chest pain or shortness of breath, or weight gain, increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, things of that nature. So with that all being said, what do we do about it? How do we intervene and make a change and make a difference for this, especially again considering uh, kids these days, the youth of this generation specifically, all they know is screens. They didn't come up necessarily in an environment where the phone wasn't readily available to them. They didn't grow up in an environment where screens weren't oftentimes predominantly the thing that was being used to teach them. They didn't come up in an environment where screens were, if not the primary, one of the primary modalities in which they engage with their peer group. So there are a couple of different practical strategies that we'll discuss, and a couple of different what we can say are group-based strategies, whether it's with your family or at school. So what are some practical things that we can consider? Trying to keep screen time under 2 hours. Um, how do we do this? It doesn't necessarily have to be, cold turkey, you just cutting off the screen time all at once. Just like with smoking, for instance, I encourage people, cut down a little bit each day, each day, each day. And all of a sudden you'll say like, hey, I'm barely on this now, or hey, I'm barely doing this now. You start to appreciate that maybe your initial impetus or your initial feeling that you needed that screen time actually isn't um, quite what you thought it was. Um, Avoiding screens 1 hour before bed, i.e., limiting your blue light exposure, um, is important, especially as it comes again to regulating that sleep-wake cycle. If that seems untenable or like it's something that is not really as feasible or maybe a little bit harder, you could even just do simply things as putting, like, for instance, your phone in night mode, or using a blue light filter. Those are some other kind of get arounds to try and address the core issue, which is that blue light decreasing the melatonin. Replacing that sedentary screen time with some sort of activity. Um, Trying to use screens as a way to motivate yourself can be used in some instances. And what I mean by that is, okay, if I'm on Instagram for 30 minutes, that means that I have to work out for 30 minutes. That means I have to get on the treadmill. That means I have to go outside, ride my bike for 30 minutes. That can be a motivating strategy for some people, or just taking a break in general, basically. I know some of those apps, specifically like Instagrams and some of those social media apps, can kind of give you like restrictions or timers that you can use. So that's another kind of option if you want to kind of force yourself into limiting screen time, is simply set a timer. And again, use that time that you're not on the screen to combat it with physical activity. When we take a look at the group strategies, parent modeling, obviously, um, parents for our youth, for this current generation, also came up with screens, maybe not to the, obviously not to the same extent that the current generation did, but they are very familiar with screens. So giving your own example of how important screens are, how important your device should be, can be motivating for the younger generations. This definitely, obviously, can be difficult because we ourselves are addicted to our screens, are addicted to our phones. So sometimes that can be a little bit hard to um, weigh, is that, hey, I too also like being on my phone. So how can I tell my child, or how can I tell my student not to be on their phone? And during the breaks between classes, they see me on my phone also. So I think that's one thing that we have to consider, is trying to be the best role model we can be by limiting our own device usage. Screen-free zones and creating some sort of schedule. That's one area that we should consider when it comes to intervening. And this is actually like an area that is under a little bit of debate. I'm sure many people on this call are well aware, in terms of some schools, for instance, um, take the devices from their students and give them back to them at the end of class, for instance. Some take them for the entire day. And there's that debate, as some parent groups or some people in general say, hey, what if there's an emergency? What if something's going on? How's my child going to communicate with me? A well taken argument, and the retort that some people have is, the use of mass communication through the school to relay updates, for instance, to parents, or loved ones or guardians or things of that nature. And that the risk of having the availability of that device throughout the day does more harm, both physically to the child in terms of decreased activity, more sedentary behavior, but also mentally to the child in terms of um, anxiety, depression, things of that nature. Additionally, harm being done by not having that same attention span to their studies. I think there are strong arguments that can be made to reduce the screen time in school as much as possible, at least the non-educational, non-academic school, screen time. Specific school policies to reduce sedentary time are things that can be considered. So specific policies that try to encourage more activities, or more periods of activity. So maybe a longer physical education time, or more frequent physical education or recess time, or even simple things in class, whether it's like a yoga break, for instance, or like stretching in place, running in place, some sort of activity, structured in their time that helps break up that monotony and it helps break up the screen time, and to basically kind of re-engage the youth is important. And behavioral support structures are important. So we kind of touched on this also, but having a support system that recognizes the mental health burden that increased screen time can give to our youth, and providing us a system there that gives support to these kids, to these students, when they need it, having something that's there for them on a regular basis is important. Not just for the fact of being able to help those that need it, but for those that don't need it at that time, they know that it's available if they do. So those are all different strategies that we can have to kind of help intervene um, for these for our adolescent population. So to kind of quickly wrap it up, we talked about a lot of different things today. We talked about the variability when it comes to screen time. So there's not a general consensus about what is too much. And there's even, again, some people would argue it's not necessarily the screen time because we look at all sorts of screens for all sorts of different reasons. But one of the general takeaways that we can come away with is that multiple hours per day is probably not the best. How many hours is appropriate? Okay, that may be up for some debate, but 2, 3, 4+ hours, there is hard, firm evidence that there is an increased risk of cardiovascular deficiencies with that amount of screen time. There are different strategies that we discussed, both practical and group-based strategies that can be utilized to, if not take away the screen altogether, but at least cut down on the screen time. And if we make an effort to try to utilize a few of those in each group, or one or two of those in each group, you can really start to chip away on the screen time and bring our youth back into a more healthy area where they'll find themselves with better sleep-wake cycles, getting better sleep. They'll be able to pay attention in class more. They won't necessarily have a dependency on what others think about them because they're not on the screen in the first place. So that dependency on peer groups and the social groups may be decreased a little bit. And more importantly for our talk, it gives them the opportunity to do other things with their time that they're not using on the screen. And our hope is that that time is with physical activity, 30 to 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous level activity per day, to really set themselves up with good habits as they enter their adult years. So these are just some of my references that I used for our talk here. And if there are any questions, I am more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Solomon. I'm going to watch the chat here for any questions from the audience. Is there one there? I have one for you. Are these things that are discussed with a general wellness exam? So like when you have patients come in, or when a doctor has patients come in, do these things come up in a general wellness exam is the question.
So they do, and they do come up in terms of, I guess actually it depends on what examination that you're in, for instance. So, like for instance, me, I'm not doing a general wellness exam. I'm doing a cardiovascular exam, usually with adults. So that may not be the tip of the conversation. But one thing that in a general wellness exam, like with a pediatrician or with a general practitioner, like a PCP, you will often have like a questionnaire that will give you a couple of different things that they want to exclude. So, like depression and anxiety is one of them. Will they specifically mention screen time? Maybe not. But it will lead the conversation towards that. If they have some markers that are identified on that questionnaire, for instance. Every institution is different, but one of the kind of more standard things, especially with like a general wellness exam, is like a brief questionnaire about depression and anxiety, and that kind of like leads the way into the cause of that. So.
Great, thank you. In kind of some of my own light research into the topic, I came across it seems like a strong association between snacking and screen time. Just like and I've noticed it with my own kids. It's like as soon as they want to get on their iPad, it's got to come with like a snack. Did you come across any of that? Because I could see that maybe being something that could negatively affect cardiovascular health if it was associated with poor eating.
Definitely, definitely. So, snacking, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the things that is kind of like a reflexive thing for people, when they're being sedentary. Um, I think that there's definitely a push to find solutions or alternatives for that. So at least like, for instance, if you're going to snack, at least have it be a healthy snack, like a vegetable or a fruit or something, and not more of a high calorie, high sugar snack. But that is definitely something that we often see um, hand in hand with that sedentary behavior.
Yeah, I mean, if they were eating carrot sticks, it wouldn't be so bad. But usually, it's
Mhm.
another dopamine releasing
Mhm.
something. So, I had a couple comments here. I'm finding that my students are so addicted to their phones that they can't have it out of their sight. I like the idea of 30 minutes on their phone equals 30 minutes. Not sure. Then there's another one. There seems to be an increase in students consuming energy drinks. Could you speak on the cardiovascular consequences of that? I know that's something that's come up a lot.
Yeah, both great comments and questions. So, quickly, just to touch on that point about, trying to ration out the screen time with physical activity. Obviously, depending on the setting, it may be easier than other settings. Um, but that is something that is often can be used as kind of like a an alternative or a way to push towards being more physical. So 10 minutes on your phone means 10 minutes we're outside, on the jungle gym, for instance. Um, as it concerns the energy drinks, um, I think we have a pretty decent correlation or reason for it. If you're up at night, 10, 11 a.m. At night on your phone on TikTok, you're getting that blue light, you're getting less melatonin, you're not getting a restful sleep. You want to be awake, you don't want to be the kid that's asleep in class. So you're drinking an energy drink. That a lot of times these energy drinks have way more caffeine than they need to. They probably have more caffeine actually than a regular cup of coffee that the teacher is drinking. So the student is drinking more caffeine and more coffee than the actual teacher is. And that leads to other cardiovascular, deleterious cardiovascular effects. So, tachycardia, fast heart rates, a feeling of anxiousness or anxiety, sweating, things like that. Um, it's a tough kind of thing to find a solution for, aside from just limiting the thing that's making them have that caffeine in the first place.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's just strictly like it's the cool thing to do. Like, everybody has their Monsters, everybody has their Celsius or their Rockstar or whatever, so I'm gonna have one too. But other times is actually a little bit simpler than that, and it's just because they want to stay up, and the reason they want to stay up is because they were up all night, and the reason they were up all night is because of the blue light that they got from their device. So a little bit harder as an educator, perhaps, to intervene on that,
Right.
but perhaps something that could be discussed with the parents to find solutions family-based strategies that can be implemented at home.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I know we're kind of off the topic of screen time as much, but with just maybe most of these energy drinks now kind of advertise how many milligrams of caffeine are on them. Do you have a recommendation, or is there a medical recommendation for like a limit on caffeine?
Um, so typically we would say, and this is a little bit outside of my zone because again, I'm more of like an adult provider rather than a pediatric provider. But typically we would say 1 cup of coffee, which would be like 60, 70, 80 milligrams of caffeine, is okay. When you start getting up to 2, 3, 4, that is where you can start to have more of a stress hormone response, more of a catecholamine surge. And I often have patients that have abnormal heartbeats or heart rhythms from that. Um, as an adolescent, one would presume that you would not need that much that an adult would need. So less than that. But if you pick out your energy drink, like I, for instance, have like V8 has an energy drink, and I think that is like 80 or 90 milligrams of caffeine. And that's like a 8 or 10 ounce can, for instance. So long story short, that can add up quickly.
Right.
That's one thing to consider. And a lot of times, these kids aren't actually even just using that too. There's like, I know there's like little like cookies or candies that have like more caffeine in them. There's like the shots, so it's not necessarily like it's like the little energy shots and not like the actual like a can or a bottle or something like that. And then there's also I've even had experience with some people using caffeine tablets. So
Caffeine water, even.
mhm.
Well,
Mhm.
thank you so much. We've got a lot of discussion too here going, or just comments, just especially from a teacher's perspective on how competing with these phones is getting harder. And I relate to this, as a coach and former teacher. They're so used to getting information and kind of the way they scroll in like 8-second bursts, and it
Mhm.
just becomes very difficult to hold their attentions. I've and one thing I think is good about screen time, where you can kind of use it to your advantage, because I think all of us as parents or even teachers have done, is to kind of use it as something you can take away. You can use it as a consequence, but you can use it as an incentive as well. It's something I've tried with my kids in the summer. It's like outside time. They had to match their outside time to their screen time. It doesn't work as good in the winter, but I think
Mhm.
I think it's something that all educators and parents and people in general are facing, is how we balance the reality that it exists and it's going to be there. We can't just realistically eliminate it, but we really appreciate your insight on all of this. So, do we have any other questions before we let Dr. Solomon go? Yeah, great discussion. It's been very helpful. So thank you so much for your time today. It's great getting to talk to you, and we'll be in touch.
No problem at all. Everyone enjoy your day.
All right. Well, thank you. Great day. All right. Thank you all. So we have one more presentation today. We're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break here. So we're going to take the full 5 minutes. We've got 5 minutes till 2 o'clock. So we'll jump back on here about 2 o'clock, and we'll finish that last presentation. Oh, okay. Welcome back. 2 o'clock, one more session. So our final session is from Dr. Haley Miller. She's an assistant professor of movement science at U of M School of Kinesiology and the director of the Motor and Visual Development Laboratory. Her research focuses on the mechanisms and functional impact of neurodivergent visuomotor integration, altering how visual information and attention guide movement. Dr. Miller regularly reviews for the scientific journals and serves as a grant reviewer for nationally funded agencies. I'm a former physical education teacher, so I'm very excited for her presentation. So I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Miller.
Thank you so much, Jacob. I'm gonna share my screen here. Give me 1 second. Okay, can you confirm for me that you can see what looks like the title slide, please?
That looks good.
All right, super. If anyone has access needs as I'm talking that are unmet, please let me know in the chat. I'm happy to describe figures out loud a little bit more if I need to, or do other things that make this a little more accessible for you, whatever it is that you need particularly. So as Jacob said, my name is Haley Miller. I'm a faculty member here in the School of Kinesiology in the Movement Science program, but I'm a developmental psychologist by training. So I jokingly tell people I'm a little bit of a goose in a pond of ducks. I'm out of field here, but I really love working within kinesiology because my interest and expertise is in motor and visual development across the whole lifespan. My training was in childhood and adolescence, and we've just sort of expanded out because children and adolescents become adults. So currently in my lab, the types of things that we study are translational types of projects. And we're really interested in understanding how basic mechanisms connect all the way through to community impact. We don't ever want to be doing work that doesn't eventually translate to a meaningful application in the real world. We want to make sure that we're doing things that are informed by clinicians, by educators, by self-advocates and community members, and then also by public health agencies, school systems, other types of cultural and community agencies that have a stake in this process. When you hear me talk today, you're going to hear me use identity first language when I'm talking about neurodivergence. This is because we've done a lot of work with our community advisory team to understand what it is that neurodivergent people want and how it is they like to think about themselves. So I have a comic here for you that was designed by an autistic person that describes why it is that they prefer identity first language over person first language. And this is because they can't take their autism off. They can't leave it at home. They can't decide not to use it on a particular day. It is just part of who they are. And so for that reason, most of our community advisory team members have strong feelings that they would prefer identity first language. But I also want to acknowledge that language is really personal. And so when we're working with someone one-on-one, whether that's a student or a staff member or a research participant, what we try to do is just mirror the language that people use about themselves. So throughout this presentation, you'll hear identity first language, but if that's not the language you choose for yourself, that's okay too. So I want to start and make sure we're all on the same page about what we call neurodivergence, what counts as being neurodivergent. This is really a framework of inclusion. It's not a list that are the things that count versus the things that don't count. It's any way that a brain or a body can be different. It's meant to encompass anybody who functions differently from typical, whether that difference is inherent or acquired. That being said, there are some conditions that we commonly think of or refer to as neurodivergent, and we're going to focus predominantly on 3 of them today because they're where the bulk of my work happens. But I just want to say out loud that there are lots of different ways to be neurodivergent, and I may not capture exactly what your lived experience is or what your experiences may have been with students or coworkers or family members who have any of these conditions. Today, we're going to focus on autism, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD, developmental coordination disorder or DCD, which you sometimes hear referred to as dyspraxia. And the reason we're going to focus on those 3 is because diagnostically, they're quite different. The way that you go about getting each of those diagnoses differs from one to the other, but the motor and sensory features that they have are sort of overlapping among them. And so I think it's an interesting conversation about what we can be doing for all neurodivergent people, regardless of what their specific diagnostic label is. I use this particular illustration. Let's see if it's going to work here. Yeah, this moving, colorful spectrum down here, because I don't love it when we talk about neurodivergence as a spectrum of quote unquote high functioning to low functioning. In my lab, I tell students those are dirty words because if someone told me I was low functioning just because I couldn't do something the way that they expected me to, or just because my brain didn't process a particular type of information very quickly or very easily, that would kind of make me upset. It would make me feel devalued as a person. So we don't use those function labels. We talk about what kinds of support needs people have and how much support they need in specific areas of life or don't. So I use this spectrum because you may have experienced yourself that on some days you have more access to your abilities and on some days you have less access to your abilities. If, for example, you are drastically over or under caffeinated for the day, or you haven't had any sleep the night before, you may not find that your balance is quite what it could be on another day. You may find that your attention span is not what it could be on another day. So I want you to really be thinking about ability as dynamic, and I want you to be thinking about ability as something that can change from moment to moment, even within a day for a particular person. That being said, in neurodivergence, these are some of the motor features that we see people have issues with along this spectrum of access to their abilities. That would be things like delays in meeting motor milestones, hypo or hypertonia, differences in motor planning or motor learning, especially in new situations, differences in coordination of body segments or of limbs, toe walking, gait differences, visuospatial differences in the way that we reason about where our body is in space or our proprioception, problems with balance and postural control, and then downstream, a risk of trips or slips or stumbles, collisions, falls, these types of things that can be problematic for folks. This doesn't mean every neurodivergent person experiences all of these things. These are just sort of common features that we see across the community. So I told you that my focus is on visual and motor skills, and that's because they're really the building blocks that all the rest of our access to ability comes from across the course of our life. In infancy, we need these skills to start developing nonverbal communication and gesturing. We need it for object exploration so that we can develop cognition. In childhood, we use this for school readiness and handwriting, for sitting upright in a desk or participating in recess or PE. And in adolescence or adulthood, we use these skills for social interaction, for judging how close we should stand to someone, or how hard to hug them, or whether to shake their hand or not. Also for self-care and living skills like cooking for ourselves or learning to drive. But these motor skills don't happen in a vacuum. They integrate all of our other sensory features as well, and we have to have access to as many sensory systems as possible in order to execute these things effectively. The thing is, too, that visuomotor demands change across the course of development. So what we have to know how to do or be able to do as an infant is quite different from the context in which we have to use these skills as an adolescent or a young adult. So motor isn't just an early milestones problem. It's a problem that can persist for people throughout their life. And I think that's really important for us to think about when we're considering access to intervention or even when we might go about assessing or diagnosing someone. So there are a couple of key systems that we use for movement. The first is vision, and I want you to think about vision as more than just like the anatomy of the eyeball and how that information goes physically, but also how we process and filter visual input, which can differ for people who are neurodivergent. So I want you to think about some of these questions, which are the questions that I would ask a neurodivergent person if I was trying to understand what sensory differences they might have. Do you stop moving when you sneeze if you're walking? You're walking along and you sneeze. Most of us close our eyes when we sneeze. Do you stop to sneeze or do you keep on going and sneeze while you walk? Do you have difficulty judging the distances or the size of things? Do you get distracted by what we might call visual noise, stuff moving in your periphery or moving in the background? Those are the kinds of questions we might ask. You also need proprioception to support your movement, and this is your sense of where your body is and how your body moves in space. So if you've ever run into a wall while turning a corner, or hit your hip on the same cabinet over and over, even in your own house, or pinch your finger in your own kitchen drawer when you're closing it, step onto a different surface and feel a little unsteady, you might have differences in your proprioception. We also need vestibulation, and while this isn't the one we rely on predominantly, it does provide a lot of help when our other sensory systems aren't available or reliable. And this is our sense of equilibrium and motion. You might hear it called your inner ear. If you feel dizzy or nauseated when you're riding in a car or when you turn your head rapidly, you may have differences in how quickly your vestibular system can adapt to changes. So all of these things can also be affected by medications, concussions, or even things like sinus congestion. And particularly for neurodivergent people, any disruption to one of these systems can cause significant problems. So I want to invite you, if you feel like it, to ground these concepts in reality for yourself by doing a little postural control activity. You can stay seated or you can stand. Everything's in as you can if you can, whatever you feel like you'll tolerate. So either keep your feet on the floor or on your footrests if you're in a wheelchair, and put your hands down to your sides or in your lap, and try not to use your arms to hold yourself steady. And just take a moment to notice your body. How much are you moving or how much are you swaying as you sit or stand? And how hard do you have to work to stay still? Are you having to consciously do anything with your body to help yourself not sway or not lose your balance? Now I'd ask you to try closing your eyes or lifting one foot and notice your body again. Do you feel like it moves or sways more now than it did before? Do you have to try different strategies to keep yourself still? Is it harder than it was? Now, if you're really feeling brave, you can close your eyes and try shaking your head a little bit for a little vestibular perturbation. Careful there, make sure you have something to grab if you're standing. And check in with your body again. Once you shake your head, does it make your seated balance harder, easier? Standing balance harder, easier? These are the types of things that help us understand how much we rely on vision or proprioception or vestibulation to maintain our postural control. And if you're having to consciously monitor and maintain your postural control all day, every day, that doesn't leave you a tremendous amount of energy or resource left for things like math, for things like reading. If I'm having to direct extra effort just to the sitting upright in my chair or just to the walking down the hallway to get to my next class, it might cause me extra fatigue. What we know is that lifespan motor problems are really common in neurodivergence, and they're common all the way from infancy and early childhood through adulthood and aging. And ultimately, if we don't address these motor problems in some way throughout their educational experience or throughout their clinical experiences, then we put them at risk of falls and injuries later on in life that are really significant. We've talked a lot with a community advisory team that I have had as part of my lab structure since 2015. We've always had neurodivergent people talk with us about our research, make sure that it stays grounded in their lived experiences and their interests. And we asked them what some of the motor problems are that they've experienced in their lifetime and in their daily living. And some of the things that have come up that I just want to highlight for you are inaccessible classroom spaces, having difficulty with inflexible seating that doesn't meet their sensory need or their motor needs, narrow pathways for walking or crowded hallways that make walking really intimidating or challenging, coordination of fingers for playing an instrument or engaging in other recreation or hobbies, navigating steps or slippery surfaces, the fact that they can make their body work on some days or in some contexts, but not always, which is back to that sort of dynamic spectrum that I told you about at the beginning. And then barriers to furniture or space accommodations. And all of these things come together to just make living life tiring. And we see this in the last example here of I tried yoga and jogging for exercise, but any type of physical activity is immediately exhausting. That would be quite discouraging if you were trying to maintain your health and fitness by engaging in physical activity, but your physical activity wore you out within the first 5 minutes. It would make it hard to want to keep coming back for more of those experiences. One thing that I found encouraging is that our community advisory team members told us that learning about proprioception and interoception, your internal body states, was empowering for them, that they didn't have information about how their body might be different before, and once we gave them that information, they were able to use it effectively to develop new strategies for how to move more comfortably, move more safely, and move in ways that supported their health and well-being. So I really encourage you to just do that simple education whenever you have the opportunity to. So despite their clear lifespan functional impact, we still have a gap in services, and that's because we don't really identify motor problems in a whole lot of neurodivergent folks. It's not part of the formal standard diagnostic process. And that's particularly the case for autism, which is what we'll start talking about here because that's sort of my home base population. But we're going to talk about how it applies to other conditions as well. When it comes to autism, our diagnostic criteria are really built around social communication, the way that people use their bodies, their eye movement, their gestures, and their words to engage socially with other folks. But there's nothing in the DSM criteria for autism diagnosis that specifically addresses the motor differences that we see in this population. The social communication part of the criteria talks about social use of gaze, but not other problems with visual attention that are due to the way that we physically direct our eyes in space. The restricted repetitive patterns of behavior or interests domain includes the description of stereotyped motor behaviors, things like flapping or rocking, but it doesn't specifically talk about motor coordination problems or oculomotor features of autism. And this is a problem because this means that when you assign an autism diagnosis to someone and they try to go get access to physical therapy or occupational therapy, insurance might say, no, we're not covering that because there's nothing motor in the condition that you have. But they may still experience profound motor problems in their day-to-day life. One thing that I want to point out to you is that DCD, developmental coordination disorder, and ADHD can be diagnosed as co-occurring with autism and with other conditions as well. There's still some disagreement about the best way to go about this, but I do want to note that a co-occurring DCD diagnosis would give someone access to motor-related supports and interventions that the autism diagnosis alone wouldn't necessarily do. The impact of all of this is that we often overlook motor problems in autism, or we don't address them. We prioritize the social communication features instead. But what I want to show you is that research suggests to us that 90% of autistic people have significant motor differences that can cause problems with their mobility, their safety, and their comfort. That's the whole of this group of folks in blue here. If you look at the folks who have the yellow outline around them, you'll see that this is the 48% of autistic people who receive occupational therapy. Most of them are receiving OT in a school-based setting, and they're receiving it for things like handwriting, and that's kind of the extent of it for most folks. And then if you'll look at the orange highlighted group here, this is the 19% of autistic people who receive access to physical therapy. Most of these folks are getting PT in the context of early childhood intervention, just for meeting those early developmental milestones like walking and crawling. And then the red person down here is the 1% of autistic folks who actually receive a motor-specific diagnosis. And as I said, for many insurance companies, that's going to be the gateway to whether they have access to motor-related services, particularly outside of the school setting, but also within. So the issue here is that these motor problems are less uniformly assessed, less uniformly documented, and less uniformly addressed in neurodivergent children if they don't have something that was diagnosed motorically from the get-go, like cerebral palsy or DCD. This is true for autism, but it's also true for many other neurodivergent communities as well. And we particularly see that it's sort of luck of the draw, whether you came in through a line of service like pediatric neurology, where motor assessments might be a little more commonplace, versus whether your diagnostic process was through an educational pipeline and you saw a school psychologist or a clinical psychologist who might not have done any motor assessment on you because it's not part of their typical practice. The good news is we can identify atypical motor and visual control really early. And in fact, we can detect these things earlier in autism than the core social communication symptoms. These things are being identified sometimes by caregivers and reported to clinicians or teachers, but they're often put on the back burner. They're sort of dismissed, or people say, well, let's see how that goes and how they develop over time, and we'll address it later once they've had some exposure to their peers in a school setting. So we're taking a wait and see approach, which is really not advantageous for the kiddos. What we don't have still is feasible evidence-based interventions that are validated for use in populations that aren't thought of as motor. So we got a lot of interventions for CP, we've got a lot of interventions for things like muscular dystrophy or multiple sclerosis, or conditions that we think of as motor in their core, but not necessarily for those that are thought of as more cognitive or social communication. These things are critical for activities of daily living and communication and functional ability, though, so it's really crucial that we address them early and often. So we need to ensure that there's some kind of avenue for people to get support for their motor problems, because those motor differences can really quickly turn into significant problems that interfere with day-to-day life. When we asked caregivers what kinds of things they knew about motor traits in neurodivergent people, they described clumsiness, wobbliness. When we asked neurodivergent people themselves, they said things like, I trip over air, or I had trouble carrying a cafeteria tray and walking at the same time. That coordination challenge was too much for me. It was overwhelming. A parent said school would call me once a week because my child fell. And they were really concerned about that, but didn't feel like they knew what to do with it. Very few of our participants have ever received a motor-specific intervention. We've tested over the course of my lab, in the lab, probably about 300 neurodivergent folks altogether of all ages from 3 to 80. And I would say I can count on probably 2 sets of hands the number who had actually had later in life motor interventions for things that continued to be a problem past those early milestones. So what I want to point out for you here is just that there are some common themes of problems with balance, problems with gait, problems with manual dexterity, and with coordination. And all of these things are going to affect every aspect of school life, not just PE. So we also wanted to see if some of these things generalized to a larger community outside of just the folks who were coming to our lab. So we went to Twitter back in the day. This is a couple of years old at this point. We went to Twitter and we extracted information from conversations that people who identified themselves as having DCD were talking about related to their motor problems. And some themes came up there that mirrored what we had seen in the lab. General motor skills were a problem, coordination was a problem, and fine motor skills were a problem. One particular example that I thought was really striking was I hurt myself making toast, fell out of the chair, hit the table, and scraped my foot. That's a lot of injuries from toast making, right? Toast making is not supposed to be a dangerous, risky activity. So we really have to think about the every single, all day, everyday impact of these motor coordination differences. Autistic Twitter users said the same types of things, that they were experiencing challenges with manual dexterity. Typing on a phone or on an iPad or on a computer was hard because they couldn't coordinate their fingers in the way that they wanted to. People had told them that they walked differently, but they either hadn't ever noticed it before or didn't know what to do about it. People had trouble eating. They were choking on things like spit and food because of oral motor control. My personal belief is that we need to be telling people that these are things they might experience because of being neurodivergent so that they know, number one, that they're not weird and they're not alone, that there is community out there for them. And number two, so that they can start to think of strategies that they can use or work with an occupational physical therapist, recreational therapist, whoever it might be, to help them think of ways to adjust around these issues in daily life. So in alignment with the themes that we found from our qualitative studies, we wanted to look at some stuff quantitatively in the lab to see exactly how much overlap there was between autism and DCD particularly. So we did a study where we looked at the 2 assessments that you would give to diagnose DCD, the movement ABC2, which at the time was 2nd edition, now is on to 3rd edition. And that is an observational motor assessment. So we give tasks to the person, we watch them do them, and we score them based on time and accuracy. And then the other measure is the DCDQ, the Developmental Coordination Disorder Questionnaire. That's a parent report measure of the functional impact of motor problems in daily life. And what I want you to look at here in the graph that's on the right-hand side of the screen is green triangles are autistic participants, children and adolescents. Blue circles are participants with DCD. Look how much overlap there is between those 2 groups. They're almost inseparable in the way that their results are laid out on both the observational assessment and the parent report. What I want to point out to you is if they fall into this red square with the yellow shading, then they meet the clinical criteria for DCD based on their scores on these 2 measures. This is really striking because it means that all but 2 of our autistic participants had scores on the movement ABC and on the DCDQ that would have qualified them for a co-occurring DCD diagnosis. But in this particular study, only 1 participant had ever had it suggested to them by a clinician that DCD might be a possibility. So this is a huge deal. 97% of the autism group in this study met criteria for DCD, and it's been reported as 35 to 85% elsewhere in studies where they're just doing the parent report measures, but not necessarily the observational assessment. So one of the questions that we ask about this is there really that much co-occurrence? Is it really the case that almost all autistic people also have DCD? Or do autistic people have their own motor signature that looks very similar on a behavioral level, but it's driven by different underlying mechanisms? And those are some of the things we're trying to figure out in our more biomechanical studies, which I'm not going to dive into today, but that are part of our sort of mechanism line of work. This issue isn't isolated to autism or DCD. This is an ADHD issue as well. There are lots of co-occurrences among neurodevelopmental conditions. ADHD is no exception. About 40 to 70% co-occurrence between autism and ADHD is the current estimate, and about 50% co-occurrence between DCD and ADHD. What this means is that children with ADHD are likely to have similar visuomotor features, similar difficulty with directing their eye movement to things, maintaining fixation on things in their visual environment, moving their bodies in a coordinated way, that are similar to what we see in DCD and autism. They may also have delays in meeting motor milestones, difficulty particularly with fine motor coordination, and differences in planning and performance monitoring, those sort of cognitive aspects of movement, sensory processing, and visual attention. All of this is going to come together to make for a kid who's frustrated by motor tasks, who maybe doesn't have a lot of patience with learning new motor skills, or who finds it discouraging when they try. What's alarming here to me is that research suggests that the majority of caregivers of kids with ADHD don't know about the motor features of ADHD or about the possibility of co-occurring DCD. So we're really failing on a public health level to do the education that we need to be doing about these shared features across the landscape of neurodivergence. And that would really help out when it comes to making sure that caregivers are monitoring children early and reporting these features to clinicians, to educators, so that we can get kids formally assessed and in the pipeline for intervention. So, in short, motor problems are ubiquitous across most neurodevelopmental conditions that we would fall within that neurodivergent umbrella. And they affect a person's ability to safely engage in all kinds of tasks, persisting all the way from childhood through adulthood and aging. I've listed some of the consequences here with papers that can support these claims, just in case you're interested in sort of what the specific impacts are in particular areas. But the whole that I want you to walk away from is there's a lot of literature on this that suggests it's not just motor problems create motor problems. It's that motor problems create mental health problems. They create communication and social engagement problems. They limit developmental opportunities, and they can reduce overall fitness and health in the long run. The mental health piece, I think, is particularly important, and I want to make sure that we just sit on this for 1 second because it's kind of an important thing that gets overlooked. Lots and lots of neurodivergent kids recognize that they're different. They recognize that their bodies move differently, that they're doing tasks in a way that's different compared to their neurotypical peers. And what that results in is this feeling of difference and stigma that can make them withdraw from physical activities, from exercise, from sports, from recess that involves more physical games. And that leads to isolation. And that leads to poor mental health and reduced quality of life. So it's really this sort of snowball effect that if you recognize that you're different and your peers treat you differently for your movement, you might ultimately end up sort of segregated from them when it comes to physical play and movement activities. That can ultimately really increase the risk of social isolation across the whole lifespan, even into adulthood, because then you've learned not to try to be in those spaces. You've learned not to try to go join a hiking club. You've learned not to try to go, down to Gallup Park and rent a kayak and go kayaking with people in the mornings, because people are going to treat you differently or look at you differently, or they're just going to move through the activity too fast and you're not going to be able to keep up and enjoy it in the same way. So, what do we do with all this information? We've tried some interventions in the context of our lab that I think have some promise. We've done a group-based motor intervention that's delivered mostly through play, and we found that that can improve students' dynamic postural control, their ability to keep themselves upright and not fall over and have good balance. This intervention actually had a secondary positive effect on social communication skills. It wasn't what we were going for, but they were doing it in a group and they were playing with their peers. And so ultimately, not only their postural control improved across the group, but also their feelings of well-being and community and their sense of satisfaction with their social relationships. We've also found that parent-led motor interventions might be an option for improving balance and coordination. Not everybody has access to taking their kid to some sort of intervention with regularity. Not everybody has access to PT or OT. Some people are going to need something that's a little more flexible, a little more tailored to their family situation. So we did a study with 10 children where we taught their parents really quickly how to deliver a modified yoga intervention at home to build strength and stability. And all 10 of these kiddos improved between 3 and 14 percentiles on a standardized assessment, which corresponds to one category change. So in other words, kids who might have been in the poor category moved to the average category, or people who might have been in the average category moved to the better than average category. That's great. That's a clinically significant difference for us. And that's what we would want to see, because it means that just 30 minutes, 3 times a week in the home, delivered by a parent, was enough to make a meaningful difference in their functional abilities. There are some systematic reviews I want to point your attention to in case you're thinking about doing any kind of motor intervention in the context that you're in. I won't go into depth of these because they're kind of long and large reviews to cover, but they basically tell us that there are a lot of different motor interventions that have been tested in typical development on how we improve fundamental motor skills for children. And there are lots out there that people have demonstrated to be effective, but the short version is physical activity interventions do work. They work in typical development, they work in autism. Fine motor interventions work in ADHD. And the more we use visual instruction tools to augment or support our instruction and intervention, the more effective those interventions are. So it's really important that we think flexibly about how we deliver that information to people. The types of interventions that have been effectively identified in these reviews include things like general motor skills intervention, like the one that we did in a group play situation, physical therapy, occupational therapy, yoga, aquatic therapy is great for neurodivergent folks, exergaming or doing video game-based exercise, physical education, general or adapted in a school setting, and equine-assisted therapy or therapeutic horseback riding. And I want to mention that although most of the studies currently are in children and adolescents, all of these would be viable options for adults as well. So we need to make sure that we're looking at this again across the lifespan to see what would be helpful for people as their motor and sensory context changes. The instructional strategies that we know are useful for neurodivergent people are things like a low instructor to student ratio, task modifications that are based on dynamic systems theory, or the fact that the person interacts with the task and the environment all at the same time, peer tutoring, pivotal response teaching, and what I've highlighted down here at the bottom, verbal, visual, and physical prompts are particularly useful. Visual schedules and picture exchange systems can be particularly helpful as well. I think the physical cues are something that I want to call out especially. Number one, because I think they're just an underused tool, but number two, because we had one of our community advisory team meetings last night, and that came up organically in conversation, that our team members were like, I wish when I went to fitness classes or when I tried a new activity, somebody would just come put my body where it needs to be. Someone would come physically touch the leg I'm supposed to be moving and give me a physical cue to help support that activity. And so this is something that I think we don't talk about enough. People have a tendency to be sort of hands off with neurodivergent kids, like, oh, don't touch them, they might react. The reality is you can still have a conversation about consent. You can still let somebody know how you'd like to help them and see if they're okay with being touched, and then provide those cues. Body positioning and an awareness of one's own body position doesn't come as automatically or intuitively for a lot of neurodivergent people as it does for neurotypical people. So it may not be enough to just say, make your body into this shape. You might have to show or touch to help someone get there. We're working on this with Dr. Rebecca Hassan here in the School of Kinesiology, who you may know at this point from the success of her Impact at Home program. Rebecca's program was great, but we had some questions about the inclusivity and accessibility of it for neurodivergent people. So now we're going back and modifying some of this program under the umbrella of Everybody Moves, is what we'll be calling it, to make it more accessible for neurodivergent kids. And what you see on the right-hand side of the screen here is a card from a set of cards for this program that someone could pull and learn how to do an activity, either supported by a buddy or not, with some visual instructions of the different positions you have to put your body in for this activity, and also simplified written instructions for how to move your body. So hopefully we'll have some updates for you on that in the coming year as we build that program out. It's super important to have structured relaxation and rest built into anything you're doing with neurodivergent people, not just motor activities, all activities. It's good to choose warm up and cool down and transition activities that are going to be low arousal, regulating, and calming for folks. Particularly if you're ending a class and transitioning to the next activity or the next environment, things like progressive relaxation, yoga, tai chi, stretching, etc., can be really useful to help people physically, emotionally, and sensorily regulate themselves if they've gotten a little bit overwhelmed by whatever was happening before. So I want to emphasize that these are obviously really great in a clinical or PE setting, but you can also use these tools in a traditional academic classroom or in a home-based setting to help kids stay regulated. While we're waiting on research to tell us exactly what specific interventions work best for which populations, our best bet in the meantime is to use a universal design for learning framework in any kind of programming that we're designing for neurodivergent people. So what we want to do here is make sure that we have learning stations and differentiated instruction, that we're using peer instruction and cross-age tutoring as a support tool as well, providing opportunities for partial participation or modifications that make a task or activity more accessible to someone, and that we're really using ecological task analysis to think about all of the different areas of an activity that someone might require support in. Is this visually accessible? Is it accessible to someone with a balance difference? Is it accessible to someone with a coordination difference? Is it accessible to someone who's just really easily fatigued because of hypertonia or hypotonia? We want to then be really consistent and predictable in the way that we're delivering activities, and that we're moving people from familiarity to novelty and then back to familiarity to get comfortable again before we introduce something new. Choice making and encouraging agency and self-advocacy, I think, are also really important here. I always tell people I want everyone to resist the urge to over-control quote unquote behaviors. I hear this word deployed a lot in school settings. Oh, those are just behaviors. Oh, he has behaviors or she has behaviors. Behavior is communication. Anything we're doing with our body, anything we're doing with our voice, anything we're doing with our eyes or our head or our limbs is a form of communication. And it needs to be seen that way, not as intentional disruption. Usually it's a reaction to a sensory need that's not being met or a communication need that's not being met effectively. So we got to think of it that way and be curious about what needs are unmet instead of just trying to constrain and control. So there are some considerations for supporting neurodivergent movement. This is kind of a long list, but I think it's important for us to go over it. The fact is that sensory needs and preferences are going to differ for each person, which is why I don't give you like a really prescriptive list of all the things you must do to support neurodivergent people in their visuomotor skills. But it's important for us to not try to force neurotypical norms on people. I'm a big proponent of not forcing social eye contact. I don't think it's all that important. We act like it's really important, but it's super hard and super uncomfortable for neurodivergent people, and it doesn't get them all that much in the way of communication skills or relationship building for the amount of effort that it takes for them to do it. Same for body position. I don't really care if I'm in an instructional environment, whether somebody has to lean on a desk and hold their head up like this to listen to me, if that's what lets them free up the cognitive resources to hear what I'm saying. Motor and sensory differences might lead to faster or more frequent fatigue, and we've got to have some grace for that and give people plenty of opportunities to recharge. Folks may need to leave a space when they're overwhelmed. We need to be providing safe spaces for that. Repetitive motor movements, like the ones that you might see in autism, flapping or rocking or bouncing or jumping, have a lot of different functions. They're not to distract. Their function is for the person to signal excitement or joy or distress, and also to help with self-regulation or comfort or focus or stress relief. So it's really important for us to not try to quote unquote extinguish those behaviors, but again, to be curious about where they come from and what need they're meeting for the person. This doesn't mean that I think everyone should be bouncing around a classroom all day, every day. We do have to figure out appropriate ways to channel those sensory needs. But I do think it's important to not just ask everyone to sit perfectly still in a box for 8 hours a day. Interpretation and production of nonverbal cues is different in neurodivergence. The use of facial expressions or body postures, proximity and use of gaze and gestures are gonna be different, and that's okay. We have to leave lots of space for all different ways of communicating effectively. Balance differences are going to lead to instability and maybe to fall injury risk that can be greater than that of the average bear. So we have to make sure that we're supporting people in complex tasks like carrying cafeteria trays or carrying a project or a set of books down the hallway. Co-occurring conditions can also exacerbate fatigue and pain. And I just want to throw out there, even though we didn't talk about it, that things like Ehlers-Danlos and other conditions that involve chronic pain or joint instability can make all of these things harder and more troublesome for people. So we really have to keep those co-occurrences in mind. So I encourage you to work with folks to check in on their own bodies during the day and ask them, how are each of your sensory systems functioning? What do you see right now? How does your visual environment feel to you? Is it overwhelming or is it okay? How does your body feel? Do you feel understimulated, overstimulated, or just right? And what needs may or may not be met? On days when people's sensory systems are at their best, they're going to be able to tolerate more. We can push more for new skills and learning a new task or doing a new activity that's out of their comfort zone. But on days when we recognize that someone's baseline is higher, that they're already close to overwhelm, that they're already overstimulated, that's not the day to try something new. That's the day to practice something that's familiar and comfortable and a little more accessible to them. Because differences in understanding or perceiving their own body states might differ, I encourage people to set alarms or calendar reminders, neurodivergent folks or caregivers or teachers, to do this on a regular basis and not wait until something feels wrong. Typically for a neurodivergent person, by the time that something feels wrong to them, they're already too close to overwhelm to get things back under control and regulated easily. It's going to result in a meltdown, or it's going to result in feelings of discomfort or fear or anxiety. And really, we'd rather catch it earlier than that and make sure that we're regularly checking in throughout the day. And then don't forget to explain clearly how this all connects to movement for people. If they don't have an understanding of how their own bodies work, it's going to make it difficult for them to come up with helpful strategies. My recommendations to schools, particularly, are always to provide a safe space for self-regulation and stimming. This doesn't have to be a quote-unquote quiet room. Not everybody needs quiet for regulation. Sometimes you just need a corner where it's okay to bounce a little more. Sometimes it means you need a pad on your chair that you can bounce up and down on that gives you a little bit of proprioceptive input throughout the day. The more regulated and comfortable somebody is, the easier it is for them to work or learn. We have to identify the motor and sensory demands of tasks, not just the cognitive and social ones. Almost every academic task I can think of has a motor or a sensory demand to it, right? And if we're not really thinking about that breakdown, then we may forget to accommodate those things in a typical testing or learning environment. We need to provide opportunities for relaxation, physical rest, and decompression, and figure out how to make all activities accessible. This can require a little bit of creativity, but you can do it. I can help you if you need support. In addition to my role at U of M, I work as a consultant for school districts, for libraries, for Georgia Department of Education, all different groups, helping to think about what are the unmet motor and visual and sensory demands that folks might have, and how do we accommodate around those. So please don't hesitate to reach out if I can help you with that process. And then we want to make sure especially that people don't feel stigmatized for information processing differences, sensory processing differences, or motor differences. If they recognize that they're different, it's on us to guard them from psychological and emotional harm that might be created from how we interact with them or how their peers interact with them. So looking to the future, we have a lot of opportunities. Motor problems are detectable super early, and we can see them across a lot of different ages and stages. That's good news. That means there are lots of opportunities for us to get in and provide support. We have some precise tools available for quantifying how people might deviate from a neurotypical trajectory in their development. And we have motor interventions that seem to be flexible and effective and acceptable for use with neurodivergent people. All those things are great, but there are also some challenges. It's difficult to shift the paradigm around neurodivergence away from a social communication focus to make sure that we're also thinking equally about sensory motor issues. And once we do that, we've got to make sure that we're translating the tools that we use for motor assessment in the lab to clinical and educational practice and making sure that they're feasible. And to do that, we also want to make sure that we're figuring out in the meantime, what are the underlying mechanisms of all these things? Where does it come from? And how do all of those mechanisms interact? These aren't easy hills to climb, but they are necessary. And they're the roads that we're walking down currently in my lab. So for my part, our lab is going to continue to do research on lifespan visual and motor development. We have studies for kids as young as 3 all the way up to people. My oldest participant right now is 80. We're committed to doing this longitudinally to see how individual people change over time, but also to have quick and easy ways for people to participate in the community. So we have portable tools like the one that you see in the photo on the far right here that we can take out to a clinic, to a school, to a library. I've done it in the Target parking lot. We can take it anywhere with a plug, essentially, and test people's balance on site in their environment so that it's low demand, but they still get some useful information about how their body systems work. If you're interested in participating, or you want to know what it would look like for us to offer this type of balance testing or vision screening in your community at your location, please feel free to reach out. We'd love to chat with you. The QR code that's on this slide will take you to our lab interest form and somebody will reach out. I want to thank the village that it takes to do the work that we do in our lab, particularly the people who give their time from the neurodivergent community to help us understand and to help us think about what work is going to be most relevant and useful for them. It's a really beautiful community of folks that we work with, and this is joyful and challenging work, and it has been life-changing for me in all the best possible ways. If you'd like to keep in touch, my contact information's here, and I would love to hear from you. At the top in yellow, this is research-related contact information. If you email um-mvdlab@umich.edu, a member of our team will help get you to the right place at the right time. And then if you're interested in consulting to know how your organization can make things more visually or motorically accessible for people, you can email me at hmillerphd1@gmail.com, or you can follow either of these QR codes, which will take you to websites with more information. Thanks so much for your time, and I'm happy to hear your thoughts and take any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much for that. That was excellent. If we have any questions, would you please throw them in the chat for me and I'll pass those along. Dr. Miller, I do have one.
Super.
My own personal experience and curiosities.
Yeah, sure.
As my background is in physical education, my first 2 years as a teacher, I actually taught adaptive PE as
Mhm.
and obviously that was great. I don't know why we're getting some feedback there. Sorry. I thought it was great for those students to for the individual attention and the accommodations and kind of the extra. And then I also had a lot of neurodivergent students in my regular ed classroom, and I thought there was a lot of benefits to that, the least restrictive environment and those things. I guess if you had, not that you would have to, but maybe if you had to pick, if you had a neurodivergent student, do you think the inclusion in the regular classroom versus the small group kind of intensive adaptive
I'm super glad you're asking this question. Sorry to cut you off, but I just got really excited about that question because it's such an important one. We have talked about that so much in our community advisory team because I know that there are folks out there who are like 100% inclusion or bust, and if it's not all inclusion all the time, then we're doing people a disservice. Based on the conversations that I've had with a whole lot of self-advocates at this point, I actually feel like we need both. And I think that we need to offer both and have conversations about both with kids, with their caregivers, and see what feels like the right first fit. And that shouldn't mean that's the only fit. So this is the reason here at U of M, we have kids sport summer camps. And those camps are meant to introduce kids to physical activity and sport. And we have an adaptive side of kids sport and an inclusive side of kids sport. And they run at the same time in the same building. And people can move back and forth between those two camp cohorts based on their comfort. It's the case that for brand new stuff, somebody might not find it comfortable to be in a full inclusion environment on day one. They may want to be in an adaptive environment until they kind of learn how their body works or get comfortable with the instructor or learn the setting or meet peers or whatever it might be. So I'm a strong proponent of offering both and then working a child into the space that they feel the most supported and the most able. Sometimes that means leaving a kid in an adaptive environment because that builds their confidence and it lets them feel more able and it lets them develop leadership skills and feel like the best at something for longer than they might if they had been moved into an inclusive environment.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. That's awesome.
I do
Anybody
see a couple questions in the chat. One question is, am I sharing the PowerPoint? The answer is sure, happy to do that. I'm happy to share that. And it looks like they're going to be placed on the public website by the first week of December, says Bradley. Thank you, Bradley. Let's see if there's anything else. I've noticed a student with very low gross and fine motor skills at the 6th grade level. When I mentioned this to mom, she said she thought he was just clumsy. Oh yeah, we hear that a lot. He has an IEP but has never received any OT. What would be her first step into helping him? He may not be open to receiving help, but maybe. Yeah, great question. 6th grade is like such an interesting time to start experiencing these problems, but also such a logical time to start experiencing these problems in a more significant way. We start doing things a lot more independently in late elementary school when it comes to dressing, when it comes to hygiene, when it comes to preparing food, playing video games. All of these things kind of kick up around that 4th, 5th, 6th grade time point. And so that's a time where it's really useful to sit and have a conversation with the child themselves and say, what's easy or hard for you? What makes you tired? What takes extra effort? Would you want some help with those things? Would you want to see if we can find ways to make that easier or more comfortable? I also, as kids move into the adolescent stage, like to use things like driving as the carrot, right? Like eventually you're going to have to learn to drive. And here are the motor skills and the sensory skills that you're going to need to have in order to be ready for the learning of driving. And we can use that to sometimes convince people that they should at least give it a try to have some occupational therapy to build those skills. It's also okay, I would say, for someone to not decide to go through OT and PT for some of these skills, but rather just to accommodate around them. So this might be a child who just chooses to wear shoes with no tie laces for the rest of forever, and that's totally fine. They've made a lot of great advancements in those tools so that they are a little bit less noticeable and a little less stigmatizing than they used to be. There's a lot more adaptive clothing on the market that can make things easier. But I think leaning into building independence and what are the things you want to be able to do comfortably without help, what are the things you notice your peers doing, is a great sort of first step in that conversation if he is old enough and cognitively able to talk about his own level of ability. The next question was, I have a 6th grade student who's never spoken a word in the 12 weeks I've had her. I try to engage in any way I can, but it's hard to get any kind of response. I've communicated this to the parents and they don't seem concerned. They just say she's shy. She does not have an IEP. How can I solve this? I realize I didn't ask a question. No, good question. I got the question out of it anyway. So Courtney, I think the challenge here is parents are sometimes a barrier to assessment because they have a fear of having something written down on paper as a label for their child, and they don't want that label applied. And I get that. I think particularly in the current climate as it pertains to things like autism and other social communication conditions, I understand why somebody might not want to go down that road. With parents, typically my approach is, listen, we both want the best for your child, right? We both want your child to have the most developmental opportunities we can give them. We want them to have the most opportunity for social connectedness and relationship that we can give them. And I see this currently as a barrier to that. What can we do to address that? What can we do to make sure that your child has the best life possible within their current comfort and ability? But the trick is that autism, especially, which it sounds like you may be kind of describing here, looks very different in women and girls and non-binary people than it does in boys and men. And all of our diagnostic tools and all of our social stereotypes of autism are built around what it looks like as a male presentation. So it may be difficult to convince them that what they're seeing is actually a neurodevelopmental condition, not just shyness. You might have to look for other clues, like, does she have any particularly strong interests in very specific things that are outside the norm for her age? Does she have resistance to change or to transitions? Does she have any repetitive behaviors that you've noticed or stimming behaviors that you've noticed in the classroom. And those kinds of things would be like additional evidence that I would put in front of the parent and say, look, it's not just shyness because, and be able to list off a few other things that to you look developmentally atypical. I hope that kind of answers your question. It's mostly about information gathering. Oh, good, thanks. Lauren says, I have a student who's in the 10th grade who's in a similar situation. He's new to the school and was a foster/adoption situation. Based off extensive observation, I'd say he probably has DCD. He doesn't have an IEP and does not receive services at this time. What do you suggest is my first step for talking to mom and dad? That's a great question. I, again, would say probably the same kind of approach. Like, we want your child to have as many opportunities as possible. And here's what I see that's limiting their opportunities. Almost every parent will get on board with you there. Almost every parent will say, yes, I want whatever is going to give my child the best life they can have. If you notice anything about that child that's causing them frustration related to motor problems, you can talk about it from the sort of emotional standpoint of he's not wanting to participate, or he's getting frustrated, or he's withdrawing from social activities that he would otherwise be part of. Those are good to kind of emphasize if you see them. Other things that I would tackle with a 10th grader are, again, the driving readiness issue. Does he have the motor skills, both gross and fine, that are necessary to start learning how to drive? Does he have the motor skills to prepare food for himself, to manage his personal hygiene, and to do all of that in a way that's efficient and not exhausting? I think that's the kicker, right? Like, we want people to be able to do these tasks in ways that are comfortable for them and in ways that don't cause them distress or discomfort. And that's usually the hook that I can use for parents is like, yeah, he can do it, but look, he's exhausted. And then he doesn't have energy left over for whatever else it is he needs to do in his day. So let's see if we can get something documented that would get him some additional support. Does that answer your question, Lauren?
Awesome. Thank you. That's a great discussion. Well, thank you, Haley, for being here. We really appreciate it. It's been awesome.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Please don't hesitate to reach out if stuff comes up. If you log off of this and immediately think of a burning question, shoot me an email or shoot an email to the lab. I'm happy to chat. We want to be here as a resource for folks as much as we possibly can. So thank you all for your time.
A fantastic resource. Thank you so much. All right. Well, that concludes our presentations for today. We really appreciate all of our speakers, and I thought it was excellent. So before we let you go today, I just want to say a couple things. Find my notes. So we have an event survey, which will be very helpful for us. It will give us feedback for future years. We always like to see kind of what you thought of the presentations and the presenters. We also have a very overachieving tech coordinator who already has the slides from today up on the website. So we thought we would wait a little bit, but he's already got them up. So those will be available immediately. We'll also have a recording of the presentation available down the road. So be on the lookout for that if you want to be able to rewatch it. So, but please take care of that survey for us. That's very helpful. And we just want to thank you for your partnership and your participation in everything you do in your individual schools. You know, that's what I really enjoy about Project Healthy Schools, is that every school is different, every situation is different, and we try to be flexible and help each individual environment be as healthy as possible. So we really appreciate all of you. Please reach out to your coordinator or to myself if you need anything down the road. And if you are not a active Project Healthy school, please be on the lookout. We do take applications every year for new schools. So that being said, have a great weekend. We will see you soon.